Chapter 3387. In the main hall of High Heaven Peak, Hua Qing-si, who had learned about the connection between the two worlds and the appearance of the demon race, was horrified. She immediately took out her compass and sent out messages to all parties. The entire High Heaven Palace and Orthodoxy temple's sub-sect quickly began to operate. Among the 100,000 people who came from the lower star territory, many had broken through to the Tao source realm in the past few years. There were at least a few hundred of them. Although most of them were only first-order cultivators, this was only because they had been here for too short a time. If they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be more Tao source realm cultivators. There were also countless origin kings. Roughly estimating, the High Heaven Palace alone could dispatch nearly 10,000 people this time, and all of them were origin kings or above. One had to know that a top sect like Azure Sun Temple only had a few thousand people. In this world, except for a colossus like the High Heaven Palace, there was probably no other sect that could dispatch 10,000 origin kings or above at once. If the total number of people was less than 10,000, how could they mobilize? This force would definitely become a sharp blade in the war between the two worlds. While Hua Qing-si was busy, Yang Kai didn't rest either. He summoned Ing Fei and asked him to go to the ancient wildlands to send a message to the 3 saint seniors there. Although Yang Kai had repeatedly gone to the ancient wildlands to disturb Luan Feng and the others, and he had even pulled them in for the Orthodoxy Temple incident, this time was no trivial matter. As long as Luan Feng and the others still had some sense of the bigger picture, they wouldn't stay out of it. Even the great emperors were running around, so how could they stay out of it? Hiding in the ancient wildlands would certainly allow them to be safe for a while, but if the star boundary was really occupied by the demon race, would the demon race let them go? Yang Kai believed that Luan Feng and the others would recognize the reality and make the right choice. Therefore, he didn't go personally this time. The Devil Clan of the Savage Wildland was a great help. Whether it was the 3 Holy Spirits or the Monster King, they were all top experts in the world. Moreover, they lived in the environment of the Savage Wildland all year round, so their resistance to demonic chi was extraordinary. Yang Kai even suspected that the demonic chi was effective against them. With their help, this matter would be much easier to handle. As for the dragon race, Yang Kai thought for a long time and decided not to disturb them for the time being. If the great emperors felt that it was necessary to invite the dragon race, they would definitely find a way to send a message. However, there was no need for him to do so. Since the great emperors didn't mention it, he didn't need to make a decision on his own. Perhaps the dragon race could be used as a trump card. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something wasn't right. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized something. He looked up at Hua Qing-si and asked, "Where's Lu Yin?" It wasn't until now that he realized what was wrong. He didn't see Lu Yin when he came back this time. In the past, whenever he came back, Lu Yin would be the first to come. This time, it had been so long, but there was no trace of Lu Yin. Hearing him ask this, Hua Qing-si looked up and said, "I forgot to tell Palace Master that Miss Lu Yin is missing." "What do you mean by missing?" Yang Kai was confused. Hua Qing-si's expression was ugly as she said, "Not only is Miss Lu Yin missing, but also Qiongqi, who came back with Palace Master last time. In addition," after a pause, Hua Qing-si said with difficulty, "Yang Shao and Yang Shui are also missing." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Yin and Qiongqi were missing, but he wasn't too worried. Both of them were divine spirits, and there were only a few people in this world who could pose a threat to them, but now even Yang Shao and Yang Shui were missing. Yang Kai immediately thought of the capture of Lan Sun and the others, but he immediately rejected this idea because this guess was completely unreasonable. Hua Qing-si hurriedly said, "Miss Lu Yin left you a message before she left. Maybe there will be some clues." Saying so, she took out a jade slip from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression and swept it with his divine sense, only to see 4 words engraved on the jade slip. 4 Seasons Realm. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and his tense expression relaxed. The 4 Seasons Realm was the palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was because of the last opening of the 4 Seasons Realm that Yang Kai obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor's secret technique and comprehended a trace of the laws of time. Qiongqi had also escaped from the 4 Seasons Realm. However, there were still many years before the next opening of the Four Seasons realm, so why would they go to the Four Seasons realm at this time? Could it be that old Xiong could freely open the entrance to the Four Seasons realm? Otherwise, why would they go to the Four Seasons realm? It was also possible. After all, old Xiong could be regarded as half the master of the Four Seasons realm. Perhaps he had some unknown secret techniques. Yang Xiao was a troublemaker, and Yang Kai wasn't sure about old Xiong's character, but since Lu Yin had followed them, there was nothing to worry about. Lu Yin was still very cautious. As for Yang Shui, the little girl should have been taken away by that stinky brat. His parents should be so worried that they would climb a tree. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Hoping for a fluke, Yang Kai urged the space spirit bead on his wrist, but found no reaction. He couldn't help but sigh. After returning last time, he had left a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao and Lu Yin. If they were still in the star boundary, he would have been able to cast the space spirit bead. Now that there was no reaction, there was no doubt that they were no longer in the star boundary. Not in the star boundary meant that they had entered the Four Seasons realm. Palace Master, where did Miss Lu Yin and the others go? I asked the disciples guarding the array, and the four of them were teleported to the Orthodoxy Temple subsect in the Southern Territory through the space array. Their whereabouts are unknown. Hua Qingxi asked with a worried expression. She didn't see what was written in the jade slip Lu Yin left, but she had been tormented by Dong Suju these days. Almost every day, she would be asked a dozen times if she had found Yang Shui's whereabouts. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "They went to the Four Seasons realm." The Four Seasons realm? Hua Qingxi was stunned. Why did they go to the Four Seasons realm? Isn't that place not open yet? Old Xiong can open that place, and if I'm not wrong, there is an opportunity there. An opportunity that could truly be considered the flowing time Great Emperor's legacy. That day, old Xiong had used this condition in exchange for his protection, making him agree to keep him by his side and escape the fate of being captured by Li Wu Yi and Nine Phoenix and imprisoned on Spirit Beast Island. If not for this, why would Yang Kai care about Xiongqi that day? For him, Xiongqi being captured to Spirit Beast Island was not a loss, and he didn't need to embarrass Spirit Beast Island for a divine spirit he didn't know. Originally, he planned to wait until things settled down a little before letting old Xiong take him to the Four Seasons realm, but now it seemed that Yang Xiao, that brat, had snatched away the opportunity that belonged to him. But that was not right. Opportunities could not be snatched away. Perhaps old Xiong felt that Yang Xiao was more suitable for this opportunity. After all, Yang Kai had seen Yang Xiao use a trace of the law of time to escape from his hands that day. There was not much difference between the father's things and the son's things. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looking forward to seeing Yang Xiao's changes when he saw him again. Hua Qingxi suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai miserably. "Palace Master, your mother sent a message. What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked casually. After saying this, he reacted and rubbed his forehead. "Don't pay attention to her. I will explain to her myself later." After discussing with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai asked her to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and gather at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Only then did Yang Kai head to the Spirit Peak where his parents were. After a cup of tea, he saw the fourth Master Yang at the foot of the stilted building. The fourth Master Yang had a gloomy expression on his face. When the father and son met, Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed. "Father." The Yang family's fourth master weakly nodded, then waved his hand towards Kai Yang, as if he was shooing away a fly. Presumably, he had been annoyed to no end these past few days, so all he wanted was to be left alone in peace and quiet, not even willing to say a word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang straightened his clothes and stepped into the stilted house with an unflinching attitude, as if he was not afraid of death. After a short while, the sound of Dong Suju's crying and scolding came from the building, making the veins on the fourth Master Yang's forehead twitch. Inside the building, Yang Kai's expression twitched. He stood there awkwardly, looking at Dong Suju, who was sitting on the ground and making a scene. He only felt that the situation was difficult to imagine. "I don't care. I don't care. You bring Xiao Shui back. She has never left my side since she was born. How can she survive outside? You go and find her quickly. Tell the disciples in the palace to go out and find her. If something happens to her, I won't be able to live. Yang Kai comforted her, mother, with Lu Yin and old Xiong guarding her. Who in this world can harm Xiao Shui? Don't worry, they will be back in a few days. Moreover, Xiao Shui is slowly growing up. She can't always be by your side. It's better to go out and see the world as soon as possible. Dong Suju looked up and glared fiercely at him. She suddenly stood up and poked Yang Kai's chest with her finger. You are always free and unfettered outside. You have long forgotten about your father and mother. You only see them a few times a year. Now that I finally have Xiao Shui, do you want her to be like this? Every time she spoke, she would poke, until Kai Yang was pushed to the door, almost falling head first. Yang Kai smiled apologetically and said, How could I? I definitely don't have such thoughts. Dong Suju gritted her teeth and said, Find Xiao Shui for me, or take me to find her. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, They are now in a secret place. We can't go in. That place can only be opened by the old Xiong. Just wait for a few days, and they will naturally come back. Dong Suju listened with a face full of despair. She suddenly sat down on the ground and made a scene. It's all your fault for bringing that stinky brat Yang Xiao back. Xiao Shui is learning bad things from him. It's all your fault. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. When I see that stinky brat later, I will beat him hard. Dong Suju blinked and said, Don't beat him too hard. Just teach him a lesson. Yang Kai put on a face of righteousness and said fiercely, Mother, don't worry. That stinky brat's physique is not ordinary. It doesn't matter if his butt is beaten into 4 pieces. Chapter 3388. After comforting his mother with great difficulty, Yang Kai flew out of the spirit peak with a tired face and began searching the high heaven palace. A moment later, a figure flashed over and looked at him curiously. What are you looking for? Why are you looking so sneaky? Yang Kai's face went black as he thought to himself, I am the palace master of the high heaven palace. This is my territory. How can I be sneaky? Turning his head, he saw a smiling face looking at him and couldn't help but laugh. Young Lady Chiu, long time no see. Chiu Yiming smiled slightly and said, Palace master shouldn't say that. I dare not call myself young lady. Now, I am just a disciple of the high heaven palace. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's just a title. I'm used to it. Suddenly, he said, You broke through to the Dao source realm? Congratulations. Chiu Yiming smiled and said, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't brought us here and provided us with abundant supplies, how could I have progressed so quickly? But in front of you, Dao source realm is nothing. Yang Kai shook his head and said, It's not the same. I came to the star boundary earlier than you, so it's natural that my realm is higher than yours. Chiu Yiming pursed her lips and said, Don't try to comfort me. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven. I have already experienced this when I was in the central capital. You, on the other hand, have been looking around for something? Tell me and I'll see if I can help. Have you seen my dog? Yang Kai asked. Dog? Chiu Yiming was stunned and suddenly seemed to remember something. A little black dog? Yes, that's it. I saw it yesterday. Chiu Yiming nodded. Where is it? Yang Kai asked. Come with me. Chiu Yiming smiled and led the way. The two flew side by side and soon arrived at the place where Chiu Yiming saw Return to Ruins yesterday. However, after a day, Return to Ruins had disappeared, so Yang Kai could only continue to search with Chiu Yiming. Half a day later, they finally found Return to Ruins sunbathing in a valley. After seeing Yang Kai, Return to Ruins enthusiastically rushed over and circled around him, sticking out his tongue for a long time. Yang Kai picked it up and stored it in the sealed world bead. The demon race had already appeared, so how could Yang Kai forget about Return to Ruins? It could almost be said that it was the nemesis of the demon race. If it was by his side, it might be able to play a miraculous role. Chiu Yiming watched quietly and was just about to ask what this little black dog was doing when suddenly her brow wrinkled and she shuddered. Glancing around vigilantly, she asked, Yang Kai, do you feel a chill? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he slowly shook his head. Chiu Yiming's face paled slightly. Strange, why did I feel it? You really didn't feel it? Against his will, Kai Yang asked, Is there a problem with your cultivation? It shouldn't be. Xiao Ming frowned and thought for a moment. There shouldn't be any problem. It's best to be careful about this kind of thing. Don't be careless. Xiao Ming nodded. You're right. Then I'll go back first to adjust my breathing. After watching her leave, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in the direction of High Heaven Peak, snorted lightly, and flew away. A moment later, he returned to the main hall of High Heaven Peak. At the entrance of the main hall, Yu Ming smiled and crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe and looking at him. Her two arms squeezed her breasts, making them seem even more majestic. After seeing Yang Kai, she asked, "Is that woman also one of the 70, 80, or 90? Yang Kai glared at her and said, "Why did you scare her?" Yu Ming looked at him innocently. "I didn't scare her." Yang Kai snorted. "You know what you did." Yu Ming stretched out her head and smiled. "Are you angry? Go away." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pushed her aside before walking straight into the hall. Yu Ming quickly followed with her hands behind her back and walked directly in front of Yang Kai, then stepped back and said, "That little black dog just now." Yang Kai said with a straight face, "What little black dog? There's no little black dog. I don't know what you're talking about." Yu Ming curled her lips, her heart filled with confusion. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she had always felt that the little black dog was somewhat unusual. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. She didn't know where Yang Kai had taken it. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but how could Yang Kai give her the opportunity? He directly entered the secret room, opened the barrier, and locked her outside. This action caused Yu Ming to grit her teeth in anger. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. It would take time for the cultivators in the Northern Territory to gather, and it would also take time for the disciples of the High Heaven Palace and Orthodoxy Temple to gather, so he still had at least 5 days to use. In 5 days, it was naturally impossible to cultivate anything, but he could use this time to study the heart seal secret technique. After being inexplicably implanted with this strange secret technique by Yu Ming, the two strangers were suddenly entangled together, making it impossible for Yang Kai to hate her. No matter what Yu Ming's identity was or what she was plotting, this heart seal secret technique was the key. As long as he could unlock this secret technique, he would be able to break free from Yu Ming's restraint and perhaps even use it to his advantage. However, this secret technique was elusive. A few days ago, Yang Kai had casually probed his knowledge sea but found nothing, so he wasn't sure whether he could unlock it or not. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Taking a deep breath and calming his chi, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea and carefully searched it, bit by bit, inch by inch, not letting go of any corner. As time passed, the expression on Yang Kai's face became more and more dignified, because even though he wasn't disturbed in the slightest, even though he had searched every corner of his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find anything unusual. It was as if the heart seal secret technique didn't exist. But how was this possible? The heart seal secret technique absolutely existed, and the wonderful feeling he had towards Yu Ming was the best evidence. Otherwise, how could he have felt that they had gone through trials and tribulations together and would never leave each other in this life when they had only known each other for a short time? Refusing to believe this, Yang Kai continued to investigate, this time even using the power of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, but the result still disappointed him. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his expression a little ugly. Was it really as Yu Ming said, that the heart seal secret technique couldn't be broken? Since it was a secret technique, how could it not be broken? Perhaps he couldn't find a way. Sitting in the same place, Yang Kai thought hard for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up, a brilliant light flashing across them. Raising his hand, he closed the barrier around the secret room and shouted, "Ru Ming, Ru Ming." Yu Ming obviously hadn't gone far. After hearing his voice, she quickly appeared outside the door and looked at him angrily. "What are you doing?" "Come in." Yang Kai beckoned to her. Yu Ming hesitated for a moment before walking in. Yang Kai pointed in front of him and said, "Sit." Yu Ming immediately rolled her eyes, but she still sat down as she was told. Soon, the secret room was filled with a faint fragrance, one that smelled very good. Yang Kai waved his hand again, closed the door of the secret room, and activated the barrier around it before looking at her with a smile. Yu Ming suddenly became a little nervous. Looking at Yang Kai, she stammered, what do you want to do? A man and a woman alone in a room, and they were in love. It was hard for her not to think too much. She immediately said nervously, I'm not ready yet. I warn you, don't mess around, or I won't be polite to you. Yang Kai was surprised. When you asked me to dress you naked, didn't you think this would happen? How can you confuse them? Yu Ming tightened her clothes. Interesting. Yang Kai touched his chin and looked at her with interest. He thought she was a wanton girl who seduced him naked not long after they met. He didn't expect this woman to have such a side. His gaze made Yu Ming uncomfortable. She immediately got up and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wanna leave? Yang Kai coldly snorted, reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her back. He used a little too much force, causing Yu Ming to cry out and fall into his arms. Their eyes met. Yang Kai's eyes were full of ridicule, but Yu Ming's eyes were hazy and her gaze was evasive. A vigorous aura rushed over, causing Yu Ming's breathing to become a little rough. Yang Kai stretched out a finger and gently brushed it across her slender white neck, causing her to shiver. Wherever his finger passed, goosebumps appeared all over her body. His finger brushed across her neck, her earlobe, her cheeks. Yu Ming's eyes were already watery, and her face was very red. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, revealing an evil smile, and he lowered his head to kiss her. Yu Ming's body stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and then she softened again, as if all the bones in her body had been broken. Her eyes widened, and then she slowly closed them, enjoying this tranquil warmth. Her hands had unconsciously wrapped around Yang Kai's waist, her fingers clutching his clothes, as if she would collapse if she didn't do so. After a long time, their lips parted. Only then did Yu Ming breathe in big mouthfuls of air, greedily. Inside her towering chest, there was a fierce heartbeat, like the beating of a war drum. Yang Kai lowered his head and stared at her. Yu Ming was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the corners of the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a touch of shyness, but there was a sweet smile on her lips. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, slightly struggling and hesitating, but in the end, he leaned over and put his mouth near her ear, and in an extremely gentle voice, said word by word, "You are cheap person." The charming atmosphere suddenly froze at this moment. Yu Ming's body also became very stiff, and the sweet smile on the corners of her mouth slowly faded. Her pair of beautiful eyes became as cold as ice, squinting at Yang Kai, and lightly said, "What did you just say? I don't seem to have heard it clearly." Yang Kai hugged her, with a smile on his face, and repeated word by word, "You are cheap person." Yang Kai. Yu Ming flew into a rage, and suddenly broke free from his arms, looking down at him condescendingly. Her whole body was like a volcano about to erupt, raging with flames. Chapter 3389. Yu Ming was a woman who changed her mind faster than flipping through a book, so she could not bear the slightest grievance. Now, Yang Kai had broken through her psychological defenses with his tender and sweet words, followed by vicious insults. She simply could not accept the huge difference between the two. She felt as if she had been betrayed and stabbed by the person she trusted the most. This kind of injury was far more serious than the last time she was injured by Yang Kai. Last time, at least there was a reason for it, so it was easy for her to recover, but this time, she really felt hurt, so it was no wonder she was so angry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, as if he had not said those words just now. Seeing him act so unrepentant, Yu Ming became even angrier and sneered, "Apologize and I can forgive you." Yang Kai's smile did not diminish as he slowly shook his head. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yu Ming's beautiful eyes were cold. Yang Kai said firmly, "Words spoken are like spilled water. How can I take them back? You want me to apologize? Over my dead body?" "Then as you wish." Yu Ming suddenly sat cross-legged in front of him and stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Then, her face turned pale and she let out a muffled groan. At the same time, Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. I knew you would do this. Yang Kai was in unbearable pain, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. If Yu Ming did not do this, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It was as if there were tens of thousands of swords wreaking havoc in his mind. That kind of unimaginable pain was simply unbearable. After a while, Kai Yang began to tremble. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. On the other hand, Yu Ming was not much better. Her heart seal secret technique was a bit strange, but its drawbacks were also quite big. It was the kind of technique that hurt others, but also hurt herself. If she wanted to use this method to torture Yang Kai to vent the anger in her heart, she would inevitably suffer a great deal of pain. After a while, Yu Ming's whole body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just been fished out of water, but she gritted her teeth and did not say a word, only staring at Yang Kai with a look that said she would never let him go if he did not apologize. The forced smile on Yang Kai's face had become extremely twisted, but Yu Ming's expression became colder and colder. In the secret room, the man and woman were constantly trembling, pale and sweating. Obviously, they were suffering from great pain, but no one took the initiative to show of weakness. This scene was strange. Under such torment was torturing him. Yang Kai truly experienced the feeling of days passing like years, but when he looked inside his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find the slightest abnormality. It was not enough. Yu Ming suddenly said, "If you can't stand it, just tell me. Maybe I'll soften my heart and let you go." Staring into her eyes, Kai Yang grinned. "Awesome.
Meng.
B.
Feel."
Yang Kai nodded vigorously. Yu Ming said hysterically, "Then I'll make you feel even better." Just as her voice fell, the intense pain suddenly intensified, as if his knowledge sea was about to be torn apart. In the world of his knowledge sea, the sea water violently churned as if it was boiling. Yang Kai's vision darkened and his consciousness became a little blurred. Looking at Yu Ming, her delicate body also swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. However, both of them were extraordinary. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful, so even if they were in so much pain, they still supported themselves. Both of them had an unyielding expression on their faces, waiting to see who would collapse first. For Yu Ming, if she did not teach Yang Kai a good lesson this time, she would not be in a position to ask for anything from him in the future. As for Yang Kai, if he could not hold on this time, he would not be able to lift the heart seal secret technique. Both of them had their own plans, so naturally, they would confront each other until the end. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Ming's aura gradually weakened. Although she was strong and her divine sense was extraordinary, under such consumption, there would always be a time when she was stretched. Yang Kai's attainments in divine sense might not be as good as hers, otherwise, she would not have planted the heart seal secret technique without leaving a trace. Logically speaking, in this competition, Yang Kai should be worse than her. But Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus. The colorful soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea was constantly emitting colorful light, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense and nourishing his painful soul. With such a powerful support, how could Yu Ming win? Therefore, although Yu Ming's divine sense was stronger, Yang Kai's condition was better at this moment. Yu Ming obviously also noticed this, and a look of suspicion flashed in her eyes. She knew that she could not delay any longer. If this continued, she was afraid that she would fall first. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of determination as she quickly said, "Yang Kai, this is your last chance. I don't want you to apologize. Don't scold me again in the future, and I'll forget about this matter." She had undoubtedly made a big concession, otherwise, according to her anger just now, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized, how could she let it go so easily? Yang Kai looked like he was about to collapse, but he slowly shook his head. "Do you really want to die with me?" Yu Ming's eyes were a little blank. "Are you willing?" Yang Kai asked. Yu Ming was startled for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes and said lightly, "I'm not willing, but no one can scold me." Her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her originally weak eyes suddenly became incomparably bright at this moment. Her heart seal secret technique was pushed to the extreme in an instant. Yu Ming let out a miserable cry as blood overflowed from her 7 orifices, and her aura became extremely weak. Looking at Yang Kai, she smiled miserably before her body fell limply to the ground. Yang Kai remained as motionless as a mountain, his eyes closed. The moment Yu Ming pushed her heart seal secret technique to the extreme, his soul avatar had already appeared in his knowledge sea. His knowledge sea churned endlessly, as if it was about to burst open. Above his knowledge sea, a woman's phantom suddenly appeared. This phantom was hazy, as if it had always been there, but had not been seen until this moment. Found it. Yang Kai's heart trembled as his soul avatar fell into a trance, almost collapsing under the influence of the heart seal secret technique. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed and enveloped him, stabilizing his soul avatar. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered as he urged the 7-colored soul-warming lotus to rush towards the woman's phantom. The brilliant light overflowed and immediately enveloped the phantom, taking it into the lotus. The next moment, the phantom disappeared again, and the boiling knowledge sea gradually calmed down, and the unbearable pain completely disappeared. Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had been reborn as a human. He flew over to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and carefully observed it, but he did not find any clues, nor did he see the woman's phantom. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still see that the phantom should be Yu Ming's true appearance, because their figures were almost the same. The only difference was their appearance. Yu Ming's current appearance was Li Shiqing's, not her own. She had also said that her true appearance was no worse than Li Shiqing's, and now it seemed that what she said was true. Even Kai Yang couldn't help but feel amazed by her beauty. But what was the situation now? He had not hesitated to ruthlessly insult Yu Ming in order to stimulate her to use the heart seal secret technique in order to find a flaw in this secret technique and break free from its suppression. Judging from the scene just now, he had succeeded because he had really grasped the trace of the heart seal secret technique at the last moment and used the 7-colored soul-warming lotus to take it away. But he had only taken it away, not broken it. Was this a success or a failure? What made Yang Kai even more confused was why the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, did not react to the abnormality that had invaded his knowledge sea before. Logically speaking, the soul-warming lotus would react to anything that tried to invade his knowledge sea and harm him, but it did not react to the heart seal secret technique. Could it be that the heart seal secret technique was not harmful? Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Yu Ming had used this secret technique to forcibly connect them together and had no intention of harming him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai flew to the top of the soul-warming lotus and looked down, but he could not see anything at all. Slightly urging the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai released a burst of 7-colored light and the phantom of a woman appeared on top of the lotus. Yang Kai could feel that if he hardened his heart, he should be able to destroy this phantom, break the heart seal secret technique from its foundation, and cut off the connection between him and Yu Ming. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai did not immediately do so, instead dispersing his soul avatar and opening his eyes again. Yu Ming had fallen not far away, her whole body soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body, outlining her exquisite and graceful figure. Her face was as pale as paper and her breathing was weak. That final struggle had also caused great damage to her body. Yang Kai looked at her with a complicated expression and suddenly found that he didn't feel much heartache. Although he had cursed and scolded Yu Ming before, in fact, he had only forced himself to do so. If he were in his previous state, seeing Yu Ming like this, he would definitely feel distressed. However, at this moment, he just couldn't bear it. The effect of the heart seal secret technique had been greatly weakened. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had not suffered in vain. Moving a little distance away, Yang Kai came to Yu Ming's side, reached out, and helped her lie on his lap. Yang Kai looked down at her. The origin of this woman and her purpose for approaching him were worth investigating. Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart, but whether or not they were as he thought, he still had to confirm them. Since she was unconscious, perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to explore the secrets in her knowledge sea. Thinking of this, Yang Kai lowered his head, touched their foreheads, and sent his divine sense into her knowledge sea. Chapter 3390. After a while, Yang Kai raised his head helplessly. Ru Ming's knowledge sea defenses were extremely strong. Even though she was unconscious, Yang Kai couldn't break through them. If he forced his way in, it was very likely that she would wake up. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai could only give up. Yang Kai was a little confused. How could Ru Ming, a trivial second-order Emperor Realm Master, have such powerful spiritual energy? From her knowledge sea defenses, it could be seen that her soul cultivation was more powerful than an average third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he couldn't even break through her defenses, he naturally couldn't pry into her secrets. Yang Kai could only put this matter aside and take out some spirit pills. First, he pinched open Ru Ming's mouth and stuffed a few into her mouth, helping her swallow them. After that, he took a few more himself and sat down quietly to meditate. Time passed slowly. After a full day and night, Ru Ming let out a groan and frowned. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. Ru Ming blinked and looked a little dazed. Obviously, she still hadn't reacted and habitually smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai. But soon, she remembered everything that happened before she passed out, and her pretty face couldn't help but change. Suddenly, she became extremely cold and pushed Yang Kai fiercely, trying to get up from his lap. Yang Kai's arrogant attitude and unwarranted insults from before really hurt her. Yang Kai grinned and pressed her back down again. Ru Ming struggled a few times, but how could she compete with Yang Kai's brute force? She could only say angrily, "Let go." Okay. Yang Kai comforted her softly. "Don't be so agitated. You haven't recovered yet. I told you to let go of me." Ru Ming stared at him coldly. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and his expression suddenly became serious. "Ru Ming, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Don't be angry." This sincere apology caught Ru Ming a little off guard. Her anger instantly dissipated, and she suddenly became somewhat at a loss. Her eyelashes trembled, and she was stunned for a long time before she said, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's previous attitude was extremely firm, even refusing to apologize even if they had to die together. Even after she gave in, he still didn't compromise, but now he had suddenly changed his mind. Ru Ming really couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. In comparison, Ru Ming felt that this guy was more of a lunatic. Yang Kai gazed at her tenderly. Without saying a word, he bent down and kissed her. This was undoubtedly the most impactful response. Ru Ming's body immediately softened, and she no longer had the slightest resistance. After a long while, Yang Kai let go of her with a mischievous smile on his face. Ru Ming wiped her mouth and said angrily, "You bully me." Yang Kai was extremely amused by this girly attitude and couldn't help laughing. "That's your own fault. Who told you to plant that bullshit heart seal secret technique on me? If it weren't for that, who would have known you were Ru Ming?" Ru Ming snorted. "Don't pretend to be innocent. There will be plenty of time for you to snicker in the future." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Ru Ming smiled and said triumphantly, "You will know in the future. For now, don't ask so much." After a pause, she said seriously, "Don't scold me like that in the future. I can't accept it." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I know. I will never scold you again." Since he had already succeeded, there was no need for him to make himself suffer. Receiving his response, Ru Ming snuggled into his arms with a satisfied look on her face. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's profile, the happy smile on her face slowly fading away. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai lowered his head and asked. Ru Ming stretched out her hand and gently stroked Yang Kai's cheek, seemingly whispering, "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you are very far away from me." Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he smiled faintly. "I am right here." Ru Ming slowly shook her head. This feeling was indescribable. Although Yang Kai was right in front of her, she still felt that he was far away from her. As night fell, the three holy spirits of the savage wildland, more than 20 monster king, and the stone mongoose arrived one after another. The cultivator of the major sects in the Northern Territory also gradually gathered at the High Heaven Palace. In the Lingxiao Hall, hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor realm gathered together. It was noisy and chaotic. The emergence of the demonic qi in the Western Territory and the opening of the passage between the two worlds was already known to them from Huaqing Sea. They also knew that this time, even the great emperors were on the move. Although they were far away in the Northern Territory and couldn't stay out of the matter, under the call of the High Heaven Palace, naturally no one dared to disobey. They all gathered their forces at the fastest speed and gathered at the High Heaven Palace. But for most cultivator in this world, the existence of the demon race was too far away, so far away that many people had never even heard of it. The cultivators from the Northern Territory were better off. After all, they had gone to the Orthodoxy Temple in the Southern Territory with Yang Kai and witnessed the power of the demons with their own eyes, but they still knew nothing about the real demon race. It wasn't until Luan Feng, Fan Ho, and Song Go led the 36 Monster King of the Savage Wildland to the hall that the noise subsided. This was an extremely terrifying force. 3 Holy Spirits and 36 Monster King, comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator. No matter where they went, no one could ignore them. Most of the cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the Northern Territory were only first-order or second-order cultivators, with very few third-order cultivators. Under the monstrous demonic qi, no one dared to speak. Although the main hall was large enough to accommodate several hundred people, there weren't that many seats. When Luan Feng and the others arrived, they walked straight ahead. The people on the left and right immediately parted to make a path for them. Those who were already seated also stood up and gave up their seats. The group of monster race cultivators from the savage wildland also found a place to sit down, giving off an imposing aura. Luan Feng glanced around before turning to Huaqing Si and asking, "Where is Yang Kai?" Huaqing Si smiled bitterly. Palace Master said he would be here soon. Luan Feng nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. After waiting for a while, a figure flashed outside the hall. When everyone came back to their senses, there was already another person in front of the hall. Looking up, it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked around and saw Li Jiao, Mi Qi, Bing Yun, Ji Yao, Su Yin, Shanqing Luo, Qi Yu, Aio, Gue Zhu, and the others. Familiar and unfamiliar faces flashed in front of him one by one. Yang Kai nodded lightly and quickly said, "I'm afraid everyone already knows the purpose of summoning you here. If you have any questions, you can ask now. This Palace Master will tell you everything he knows. Once we reach the Western Territory, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to ask anything." Luan Feng was the first to speak. Has the passage to the Demon Territory really opened in the Western Territory? This should be the question everyone was most concerned about. Although Huaqing Si had informed everyone of this, no one dared to believe it. How could a passage between two worlds be so easy to open? If it was really so easy, the Demon Territory would have already invaded and not waited until today. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "It's true." He reached out and poked his eyes. "I saw it with my own eyes. Not only me, the 3 great emperors, Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior were also there. The martial beast is still guarding that place to prevent any accidents." As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. When they came here, everyone still had a trace of hope, hoping that Yang Kai was wrong. But now that they heard that the 3 great emperors were there, it was definitely not wrong. Even if Yang Kai was wrong, how could the 3 great emperors be wrong? The demon race. How strong are they? Fan Wu asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai pondered for a bit, then said, "I don't know the specifics, but I know that the demon race has existences that are not inferior to the great emperors. They call those existences the Demon Saint, but I don't know how many there are. Below the Demon Saint is the Demon King, which is comparable to the Emperor realm. Below the Demon King is the Demon Commander, and below the Demon Commander is the Demon General, which corresponds to the source of Tao and the Void King, respectively. As for the miscellaneous demon soldiers, I'm afraid there are countless of them." Li Jiao said, "Palace Master Yang, the demonic qi is extremely corrosive and corrosive. Even the Emperor realm cannot be easily contaminated. If we really go to war with the demon race, how do we defend against it? This question hit the nail on the head, and it immediately resonated with everyone. Last time, when everyone went to the Orthodoxy Palace in the Southern Territory, they saw many cultivator that had been contaminated by the demonic chi and turned into a demon. Even now, they still had lingering fears when they thought about it. Yang Kai smiled and said, although the demonic chi is powerful, it is not invincible. If you want to resist it, you can resist it as long as you have enough vitality. The more vitality a cultivator has, the stronger their resistance to the demonic chi will be. If you fight with the demon race in the future, you must remember this. Pausing for a moment, he continued, in addition, there are hundreds of races in the demon territory. Each race has their own unique talent and divine technique. For example, the sand demon is the most proficient in the earth escape technique. Who knows when they will hide under your feet and launch a fatal attack when you are not prepared. There is also the shadow demon race. They come and go without a trace. They are the race that is most proficient in assassination in the demon territory. When they show their weapons, it means your life is hanging by a thread. Yang Kai talked endlessly and explained all the information he knew about the demon race. Everyone in the hall listened attentively and didn't dare to miss anything. After all, there was no telling when Yang Kai's words here would become their life-saving straw. Luan Feng and the others were amazed. Shi and Fan Hua had inherited the memories of their ancestors, so they knew more about the demon race than ordinary people. However, they were far from Yang Kai's level. Yang Kai's understanding of the demon race was as if he had been to the demon territory and fought with the demon race. This made Luan Feng and the others puzzled. They didn't know how Yang Kai knew so much. Time passed. Yang Kai talked endlessly in front of the hall. The hundreds of disciples in the Emperor realm listened to his voice with a sincere expression. After 4 hours, Yang Kai stopped and said with a serious expression, "There is one more thing I need to tell you. In the Western Territory, the demon race has invaded the demon territory. I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory is not good." Chapter 3391. What do you mean? Luan Feng frowned as she looked at him. Yang Kai explained. When the demonic chi was discovered, several members of the Star Soul Palace from the Emperor realm split up and went to the Western Territory's great sects to inform them, but only one of them came back alive, and the news he brought back was that the several thousand people of the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. The hall was filled with gasps as everyone looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Almost none of the people present had been to the Western Territory, but this did not prevent them from hearing about the Pointed Star sect. After all, it was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. But now, the several thousand people of this sect had all become the demon race? Combined with what Yang Kai had said before, everyone suddenly understood what he meant. Fan Hua's expression was ugly as he said, "Could it be that the great sects in the Western Territory have all been killed by the demon race?" Yang Kai replied, "Although this information has not been confirmed, according to the information we have now, it is most likely the case. Most of you participated in the Orthodoxy Temple incident in the Southern Territory. If you had not worked together at that time, the Southern Territory would have followed in the Western Territory's footsteps. The great sect's foundations would have long become a paradise for the demon race. The Western Territory will not have such good luck. This is really an external threat and an internal threat." Fan Hua smiled bitterly. Yang Kai said loudly, "This is the general situation. I am telling you all this so that you can be prepared, not because I want you to be afraid of the demon race. Although the demon race is aggressive, our star realm is guarded by the great emperors. Now that the 3 territory cultivators have joined forces, as long as we work together, what is a mere demon race? Today's trip is an opportunity for you to make a name for yourselves. You must not miss this opportunity." Eagle Eyes looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Are there any other questions?" The hall was quiet and no one made a sound. Yang Kai nodded and waved his hand. "Please go ahead and arrange for your disciples to wait at the space array. This king will send you to the Western Territory in a moment." The group of people dispersed with a rumble, each gathering the disciples of their respective sects and waiting in line. Outside the main hall where the space array was located, there was a dense crowd. There were at least 100,000 Origin King Realm cultivators in the Northern Territory gathered here. They were divided into large and small groups of different numbers, each with their own sect or family as a unit. The smaller groups huddled together for warmth. This number of 100,000 was naturally not the total number of Origin King realm cultivators in the Northern Territory. It was also impossible for the various great sects and families to empty their pockets, so they had left a large number of people to guard their own sect's foundations. These 100,000 people were just the vanguard. After all, no one knew what the situation was like in the Demon Territory. If the situation was really critical, they could still send reinforcements. In any case, with the space array, it was very convenient to travel back and forth, so it would not take much time. High Heaven Palace did not send 10,000 people this time, but 5,000. Such a number was unmatched by any other sect. In front of the space array, Yang Kai continued to push the space principles, sending batch after batch of cultivators to the Western Territory. The scene was orderly and orderly. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the foresight to arrange this space array. It could only teleport about 100 people at a time. Even so, 100,000 people had to be teleported 1,000 times before all of them were sent away. Yang Kai was almost exhausted. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to teleport everyone away. Only then did he have the time to take a spirit pill and sit cross-legged to adjust his breathing. Yu Meng stayed by his side. After a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at Hua Qingxi, saying, "Sister Hua, I'll leave the sect to you." Hua Qingxi nodded seriously. "Don't worry." Yang Kai then led Yu Meng and strode into the space array. Their vision blurred, and they reappeared in the Western Territory. There was a dense crowd all around. The 100,000 cultivators from the Northern Territory gathered nearby. Many people flew into the air and looked into the distance with dignified expressions. Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense and found that for the time being, only the cultivator from the Northern Territory had gathered. The people from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory were nowhere to be seen. This was not surprising. Although the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory had people from the Star Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Palace, Yang Kai had set up fewer space arrays in these two territories, so the speed of gathering was naturally slower. However, it would not be long before the cultivator from the other two territory arrived. Yang Kai looked around and saw Mo Huang at the front of the crowd. He immediately flew forward and cupped his hands. "Master, you're back." Mo Huang nodded slightly at him. Yang Kai looked into the distance and frowned. "What's the situation now?" Mo Huang said in a low voice, "The demonic qi has stopped spreading, but the demon race is gathering. I went to check before and found that the demon race's army is continuously coming through the void corridor. There are now 1 million of them." 1 million? Yang Kai was shocked. He originally thought that since the Northern Territory had gathered 100,000 people in such a short time, it might be able to resolve the crisis in the Western Territory. Who would have thought that before the war even started, he would hear such bad news? The difference between 100,000 and 1 million was tenfold. Mo Huang glanced at him and said, "Although the demon race has a large number of people, most of them are shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There is nothing to be afraid of. Although your Northern Territory only has 100,000 people, they are all Origin Kings and above. If a fight really breaks out, the demon race won't be your opponent." Hearing him say this, Kaiyang felt a lot more at ease. 1 million people was a terrifying number. Since they had gathered in such a short time, most of them were probably from the weaker races of the demon race. The real main force was probably still at the rear. Mo Huang said, "But we can't let our guard down. We know nothing about the demon race's situation. If they can gather so many people in such a short time, I'm afraid that more people will come." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then what should we do? Should we wait and see, or take the initiative to attack?" Mo Huang thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait. We can't afford to lose this place. The people from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory will need to pass through the array here. For the time being, we should guard the array here. That is the best way to deal with them. When the people from the other two territories arrive, it won't be too late to make plans." Yang Kai also thought so he naturally didn't have any objections. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Master, what happened in the Demon Territory? What's the situation with the Night Shadow Great Emperors?" Mo Huang was silent for a while, then said, Night Shadow is a descendant of the demon race. What? Yang Kai was shocked. He had been thinking before. The Night Shadow Great Emperors stood at the peak of this world, so why would he collude with the demon territory? What could the demon territory give him? Why would he betray the star boundary and join them? Now that he heard Mo Huang say this, he finally understood. It wasn't that the demon territory could give him anything, but that Night Shadow himself was related to the demon race. He was actually a descendant of the demon race. Shadow demon? Yang Kai's expression changed. Mo Huang looked at him in surprise. You actually know about the Shadow Demon clan? Yang Kai nodded and said, I won't hide it from Senior. I once fought with the demon race in a secret realm. Mo Huang was even more surprised. Even with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't think of any secret realm in this world where the demon race existed. However, he didn't ask much and only said in a deep voice, You should keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Yang Kai sternly said, I know. It was no wonder that when the three great emperors returned from the demon territory, they didn't say anything about Night Shadow. It turned out that there was such a reason. If the people of the star boundary knew that one of the 10 great emperors actually had the bloodline of the demon race, it would probably cause a huge commotion. The great emperors had always been the totems of the star boundary's martial path. They were the objects of worship in the hearts of millions of cultivators. How could such high and mighty existences have anything to do with the demon race? If it had been any other person from the Emperor realm asking about this, Mo Huang definitely wouldn't have explained anything. However, how could Yang Kai's background be compared to any other person from the Emperor realm? He probably felt that Yang Kai was qualified to know such a secret, which was why he revealed a thing or two. Mo Huang sighed and said, The reason why Night Shadow is so mysterious is that even we, as great emperors, don't know much about him. It's probably because of his background. He was a descendant of the demon race. If he really came into contact with the other great emperors too much, they might be able to see some clues. Naturally, he had to be more mysterious. I don't know when he got in touch with the demon territory, but he schemed against the Western Territory and the Southern Territory. This time, he even lured in Iron Blood and Bright Moon. He used their strength to shatter that world and break through the barrier between the two worlds, opening up a gap between the two worlds. Mo Huang smiled bitterly and said, That world just happened to be sandwiched between the demon territory and the star boundary. It wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't shattered, but after it was, it formed an incomparably sturdy passage. Yang Kai had a strange expression and said, In that case, the two Master Iron Blood and Bright Moon were used by Night Shadow? Mo Huang lowered his voice and said, Don't mention this in front of them. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Mo Huang continued. After that, Serene Soul and I entered the territory that became the demon race through the gap between the two worlds. We saw Iron Blood and Bright Moon fighting with someone, so we want to help them. In the end, you know what happened. Bright Moon fell into the demon territory, and the three of us fled back in a sorry state. Yang Kai said in horror, You 4 great emperors working together weren't a match for him? Mo Huang said, They were already prepared. There were 6 demon saints gathered there. Yes, a demon saint's position in the demon territory is equivalent to the great emperors of the star boundary. He thought that Yang Kai didn't know about the power distribution of the demon race, so he explained it to him. 6. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. But then again, it was 4 against 6 in the enemy's territory. The fact that 3 of them were able to return safely was enough to show the strength of the great emperors. However, it was also thanks to the great Emperor Bright Moon sacrificing herself for a righteous cause. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He worriedly asked, Master Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Chapter 3392. Not for the time being. He should have escaped. Yang Kai asked curiously, Master, why are you so sure? After Mo Huang and the others returned, only Mingyu and the other great emperors would be left. When the time came, how could Mingyu be a match for the 6 of them? It was even possible that he would die. Mo Huang smiled faintly. Mingyu is one of the great emperors. It won't be easy to catch him. Also, if he dies, I will be able to sense it. He didn't explain how he could sense it, but Yang Kai guessed that it was related to the star boundary. The 10 great emperors were all recognized by the heavens and earth. If any of them died, it would definitely cause a heavenly anomaly. While the two were talking, Mo Huang suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Immediately, he said in a deep voice, "There is movement from the demon race." Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he also looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw that in the demon land, countless demon race were slowly advancing. It seemed that they were about to launch an attack. Mo Huang's face darkened. "I'm afraid they've discovered the existence of the space array and want to destroy it to delay our gathering. After all, there weren't many people here to begin with." In just a few days, 100,000 people had suddenly gathered. The demon race wasn't blind. They would definitely be able to see some clues. If they had a brain, they wouldn't let the situation develop any further. They would definitely think of a way to destroy the space array first. The demon race's million-strong army almost came out in full force, but they were orderly. The sound of their orderly footsteps gathered together, causing the earth to tremble. How could the cultivators in the Northern Territory not discover this? They immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy and ran away urgently. The scene was a bit chaotic for a moment, forming a stark contrast to the demon race. Mo Huang glanced back and said, "They are all from your Northern Territory. Go and mobilize them. Don't panic." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. His figure flickered and he flew back. Standing high in the sky, he shouted, "Prepare for battle." Someone immediately came up and cupped his fists. "Palace Master Yang, the demon race is here." This person was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, about 50 years old. Yang Kai found him familiar, but he couldn't remember which sect he was from. He seemed to be some sect master, and this time, there were more than 300 disciples. At that moment, that person had a terrified expression on his face. It was clear that he was afraid. To the cultivators of the star boundary, fighting one-on-one or even fighting in groups was a common occurrence. After cultivating for so long, who hadn't had any conflicts or disputes with others, who hadn't taken a few lives. However, this was the first time that two armies had ever fought. Of the 100,000 people present, besides Yang Kai, who had experienced such a large-scale war, no one else had ever experienced such a thing. Therefore, when they saw the black mass of demon heads swarming over, their first reaction was to flee. Everyone knew that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They were clearly outnumbered by the demons, and they only had 1/10 of the demons. How were they supposed to fight? Even someone like him from the Emperor Realm had such thoughts, not to mention the other Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm Masters. If Mo Huang wasn't here, they would have scattered like birds and beasts. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and finally fixed his eyes on the Emperor Realm. He said indifferently, "This king is not blind. This king saw the demon race, so he told you to prepare for battle." Someone immediately said, "Palace Master Yang, did you see how many people there were in the demon race?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Beast Warrior Master said there were 1,000,000. 1,000,000? Everyone was stunned. Although they knew that there were many people in the demon race, they didn't know the exact number. Now that they heard the number, they couldn't help but tremble. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai swept his eyes across the crowd. No one answered, but the panicked expressions were undoubtedly the best answer. "So what if there are 1,000,000? Yang Kai shouted, "Most of them are just shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Although there are many of them, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. There are 100,000 of you here, and all of you are at least Origin King Realm. How can you be afraid of them?" Beast Warrior Master said that they should have discovered the existence of the space array, so they want to destroy it. However, this is the key to the transmission of cultivators from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory. We can't afford to lose it, so we must protect it no matter what and defeat the demon race. Everyone was silent. Everyone was from the Northern Territory, and High Heaven Palace was the leader of the Northern Territory. Now that Yang Kai was using the name of the martial beast as a banner, even if they were afraid, they didn't dare to say anything. However, Everyone's expressions were filled with worry. They didn't know if today would be the anniversary of their deaths next year. Morale was low. Yang Kai was furious. Fortunately, the cultivator from the Eastern Territory and Southern Territory didn't come. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lost all his face if he saw this scene? After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "This is the first battle between our star boundary and the demon territory. Its significance is far-reaching. If we lose this battle, how can we have the confidence to face the demon race again in the future? The demon race is ferocious. When the time comes, they will invade the star boundary, seize the foundations of your sects, take your wives and daughters, and kill your descendants. How will you have the face to face your ancestors in the underworld?" This question was like thunder from the 9 heavens, reverberating in the ears of the 100,000 people present. Although these words were harsh to the ears, they still caused many people's eyes to turn red. The scene described by Yang Kai was indeed somewhat unacceptable. Even though they knew he was just being an alarmist, if the demon race really invaded the star boundary, such a thing would definitely happen. "We have to win this battle," Yang Kai shouted, "and we have to win beautifully. The millions of cultivators in the star boundary will remember today's battle and remember your efforts. This is the glory of our Northern Territory cultivator, the glory of our Northern Territory cultivator." Also, Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Imo Huang. "With the martial beast master here, what are you afraid of?" Seeing that the time was right, Li Jiao immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "This Li and the Fire Dragon Palace are willing to send Palace Master Yang to battle and slaughter the million-strong demon race army and show the might of our Northern Territory." Michi was stunned for a moment before he also cupped his fists and said, "This me and the High Sky Sect are willing to follow Palace Master Yang to battle and destroy the demon race." Bing Yun smiled faintly. "Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples are women, we can't be weaker than you men at this time." Since the leaders of the top sects in the Northern Territory had already spoken, and even Ice Heart Valley had also expressed their support, how could the other sects be willing to fall behind? Whether they were willing or not, they all voiced their support. "Victory!" Li Jiao raised his arms and shouted, and the people from Fire Dragon Palace immediately responded. After a few shouts, the voices of the 100,000 cultivators converged like a tide. "Prepare for battle!" Yang Kai roared. The leaders of the top sects and families immediately began to gather their disciples, and the scene finally became much clearer. Yang Kai's anxious heart also relaxed. No matter what, the morale of the demon race had been somewhat boosted. Now, all that was left was to see what the outcome of the battle would be. If the demon race was unstoppable, this high morale would undoubtedly be maintained. But if the Northern Territory's side collapsed, all their efforts would be in vain. However, he felt that the Northern Territory's side still had a higher chance of winning. Without mentioning anything else, with so many masters from the ancient wild ancient land on his side, there was no reason they couldn't defeat the vanguard of the demon race. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk while Yang Kai mobilized the 100,000 cultivators in the Northern Territory, the demon race's army madly pushed forward, their speed growing faster and faster. Everyone could clearly see the ugly faces of the demon race's army at the forefront. This was a group of red demons and green demons that were only half the height of a person and somewhat deformed. The red, green, and green demons were quite comical to look at. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would likely order their own people to rush up to meet the enemy. At that time, it was obvious what the result would be. However, Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He had participated in the war between the demon race and the red demons. He had seen the red demons and green demons used as cannon fodder countless times. How could he so easily step into such an obvious trap? The cultivators in the Northern Territory had also heard about the characteristics and divine technique of the demon race from Yang Kai. At this moment, when they saw this group of red and green demons rushing over, they immediately understood that this should be the self-destructing demon race that Yang Kai had mentioned before. The red demon's self-destruction would cause a huge amount of damage, while the green demon's self-destruction would produce highly toxic substances. The most effective way to deal with this was naturally to prevent them from approaching. The number of red demons and green demons was not small, at least 100,000. As they rushed over together, they appeared to be scattered and disorderly. For a moment, the demon race danced wildly in the wilderness. Yang Kai led the 100,000 cultivators in the Northern Territory 10 miles forward, waiting for the enemy to arrive. High up in the sky, the wind whistled. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Behind him, the army of 100,000 was arranged in groups of sects and clans, looking somewhat decent. Hong Long Long. The red demons and green demons quickly closed the distance between them. Yang Kai stood still, but he could hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva constantly coming from behind him. They were getting closer, even closer. Secret treasures were summoned one after another, and waves of hidden energy fluctuations rose and fell, converging into a tide of energy that caused the sky to change color. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's eyes bloomed with a terrifying light, and he roared, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken the lead and swept out with his sword. Under the surge of his Emperor Qi, an overwhelming sword light swept forward like a storm, crossing the territory and space barriers, shuttling through the demon race's camp. Hong Hong Hong. The red demons and green demons exploded one after another. After the red demons exploded, a small mushroom cloud rose up, causing the surrounding space to tremble. After the green demons exploded, a green aura appeared in a radius of several dozen meters that could not be dispersed by the wind. Following closely behind him, rays of light of different colors poured down in that direction. There were hundreds of cultivators in the Northern Territory from the Emperor realm alone, and the rest were all Origin Kings or above. Which one of them did not have a long-range attack method? Which one of them did not have one or two secret treasures capable of long-range attacks? This round of attacks could be described as a spectacular scene. From a distance, it seemed as if countless beams of light had erupted from the cultivator gathering place in the Northern Territory, bombarding the demon race's camp. The sound of explosions could be heard continuously between heaven and earth. It was as dense as beans being fried, and the crackling sounds were unceasing. Chapter 3393. By the time the light dissipated, there was no one in the front row of the demon clan. Only pits of various sizes and dark green poisonous gas were left in the place where they had been standing. Of the 100,000 red demons and green demons, at least 30,000 had been killed in this round of attacks. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Although his voice was not loud, with the support of his Emperor's Qi, it was enough for all the cultivators in the Northern Territory to hear him clearly. The Northern Territory Army's morale was greatly boosted. Seeing was believing. When Yang Kai had said that the 1 million strong demon race would be like this, they had not believed him. But now that they had seen the demon race fall one after another and tens of thousands of demons die in the blink of an eye, the fear in their hearts had greatly dissipated. If the demon race was like this, then this battle would not be difficult to win. With this confidence, their attacks became even more ruthless. After 3 breaths of silence on the noisy battlefield, another round of attacks erupted, causing the red demons and green demons to fall and explode. After 3 or 4 rounds of attacks, the red demons and green demons at the front were completely wiped out. As far as the eye could see, the world in front of them was wrapped in a green hue, making it impossible to see what was behind them. The only thing they could hear was a rumbling sound rapidly approaching. The main force of the demon race was clearly galloping over. All 100,000 pairs of eyes stared at the green world behind them, everyone gripping the artifacts in their hands tightly. Yang Kai raised the myriad sword high and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Flank, prepare." With his reminder, everyone turned their gazes to the left and right sides of the green world. At this moment, 2 waves of demon race cavalry charged out from both sides. Even the demon race did not dare to touch the poison of the green demons, so how could they rush out from the poisonous area? They would only circle around the poisonous areas and attack from the sides. Yang Kai's know yourself and know your enemy played a huge role at this moment. The people from the Northern Territory were already prepared. This time, they didn't need to give any orders. As their power surged, they launched attacks at the demons riding on the demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, the demon race was once again thrown off their feet. One by one, the demonic beasts fell to the ground. The demonic beasts howled as their pitch-black blood dyed the ground black. However, these demon race were clearly not cannon fodder. Although they had suffered many casualties, they still continued to advance. They were not something that the red demons and green demons could compare to. On the way, the demon race's side finally retaliated. The experts of the demon race blasted out terrifying attacks. One after another, pitch-black energy balls flew over, containing unimaginable killing power. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the Luanfeng and the others. The Luanfeng understood and let out a phoenix cry. The 3 Saint Sovereigns and the 36 Monster King rushed forward and blocked the demon race's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the pitch-black energy balls exploded in the air. Not a single one of the attacks managed to reach the Northern Territory's army. With the experts of the ancient lands guarding their side, they were practically impregnable. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, the other cultivator of the Northern Territory were not to be trifled with. They would naturally find a way to stop them. The rest of the people only needed to attack. For the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Territory, this was undoubtedly an extremely happy matter. The demon race continued to advance. It was as if they were using the corpses of their clansmen to open the path. They truly demonstrated what it meant to be fearless. Every moment, hundreds of demon race members fell in the wilderness. However, the deaths of these demons did not stop their advance. Instead, it stimulated their demonic nature and evil aura, making them even more ruthless. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two sides finally clashed. The Northern Territory's army waited patiently for the exhausted demon race. Without losing a single person, they killed over 200,000 demons. Although this included 100,000 of the demon race's cannon fodder, this kind of result could be said to be extremely shocking. And this kind of result also raised the morale of the Northern Territory's cultivator to the limit. Cowardice and fear were far away. The shouts and fighting on the battlefield made people's blood boil. As long as there was still a little bit of courage left, they wanted to rush down and fight the demons to the death. Even if they died here, they would have no regrets. The aura of Yang Kai suddenly changed. It was ancient and desolate, as if he had walked out of an ancient painting. Yu Ming looked at him in astonishment. Before she could figure out what was going on, a profound incantation resounded through the world. Yu Ming's expression changed slightly. Her beautiful eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to look into the depths of his heart and unearth the secrets hidden in his heart. A ray of light bloomed from Yang Kai's hand and enveloped the Northern Territory's army, enveloping 100,000 people in it. In the next moment, among these 100,000 people, except for those whose cultivation was higher than Yang Kai, everyone felt their blood suddenly boil at this moment. A layer of dark red light spread out from the surface of their bodies, making them involuntarily feel a burning fighting spirit. Even their breathing became much heavier. Many people spread out their palms and looked at the changes in their bodies in amazement. They didn't find anything wrong with their bodies. Instead, they seemed to have become stronger. Bloodthirst technique. Yu Ming's pupils shrank as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai glanced at her meaningfully, grinned, and changed the incantation in his mouth. He raised his hand and threw out another ray of light, enveloping over 1,000 people in his camp. He continued to raise his hand and light bloomed continuously, wrapping over 1,000 people in it each time. The people who were wrapped in the light at this moment had a very strange feeling. It was as if they were closely connected with the others, no longer separated from each other, as if they were living and dying together. Life chain. Yu Ming's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. If she could have been mistaken about the bloodthirst technique, then this life chain was definitely not wrong. But whether it was the bloodthirst technique or the life chain, they were both ancient wizard techniques. They were secret techniques that only the ancient great wizard could perform. In this era, under the laws of heaven and earth, how could anyone be able to practice and perform them? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, it was obvious that his attainments in wizard techniques were very deep. He was actually a wizard king. Yu Ming thought that she knew enough about Yang Kai, but only now did she realize that what she knew was only the surface. There were many more secrets that she didn't know. Today's battle was the first confrontation between the armies of the two realms. As Yang Kai said before, it was of great significance, and there couldn't be any mistakes. Although his side had a strong lineup with countless masters, Yang Kai still blessed his army with 2 wizard techniques in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. These 2 wizard techniques were the 2 weapons that the ancient barbarian race relied on the most in war against the demon race. The barbarian race focused on physique, so their vitality was abundant. Coupled with the bloodthirst technique, they could naturally move freely in the demonic chi for a short time without being eroded. Although there were very few cultivators in the star boundary who focused on physique, the world principles of today were different from those of ancient times. Among the people present, the lowest cultivation was at least at the origin king realm. Even if they didn't focus on physique cultivation, at this level, their vitality was incomparably vigorous, even surpassing that of the ancient barbarian race. What the barbarian race could do, the current star boundary cultivator could do the same. In just a dozen breaths, the army of 100,000 had been blessed by the 2 wizard techniques. The bloodthirst technique made people brave and fearless, while the life chain made hundreds of people closely linked together. As long as they didn't suffer a fatal injury, such as having their heads chopped off, all injuries would be shared equally by the hundreds of people. The demon race was already charging over. Yang Kai waved his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Alone, he was the first to rush into the army of the devil race. The myriad swords shot out rays of sword light, and wherever it passed, there was no one who could withstand it. The devil race was cut into pieces. Behind him, the army of 100,000 from the Northern Territory also came out in full force. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they roared and displayed everything they had learned. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques danced in the air. Anyone who came into contact with the demon race would either die or be injured. If one looked down from above, they would see that the 100,000 people from the Northern Territory were like a sharp knife as they followed Yang Kai into the demon race's camp. Wherever they passed, the demon race was cut down like straw. Although the demon race had the advantage in numbers, how could they compare to the Northern Territory's elite army blessed by the 2 great wizard techniques? The Northern Territory's army fought bravely as they fought. Even if the demon race surrounded them from all directions, they still fell one after another. The scales of victory were tilted towards the Northern Territory's side from the beginning. Even so, the demon race had no intention of retreating. Every demon race member did not seem to care about their own lives. The huge battlefield instantly turned into a huge meat grinder as one fresh life after another was ground into dust. Mo Huang stood in the air and watched everything indifferently. Even if a cultivator from the Northern Territory was killed, he had no intention of intervening. His gaze was deep as he stared at the center of the demon land. This was because he could feel that there was an existence in the demon land that was not inferior to him and was eyeing this place covetously. If he were to make a move, the other party would definitely make a move as well. At that time, whether it was the 1 million strong army of the demon race or the 100,000 cultivators from the Northern Territory, none of them would be able to escape. If that was not the case, why would he just stand by and watch? With his ability, he could probably cripple the demon race's army without much effort. Although there was no communication between them, it was as if they had agreed that each other would only act as deterrents. They would not easily make a move until the last moment. On the battlefield, Yang Kai's killing intent soared to the sky. He did not know how many demon race members he had killed, but when he looked around, the number of demon race members around him did not seem to decrease at all. They were still densely packed. The huge advantage in numbers was vividly displayed at this moment. Be careful. At this moment, Yu Meng's low voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yang Kai did not even raise his head as he reached out to grab something. With a whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. He had already grabbed a trembling arrow in his hand. It was unknown what material this arrow was made of, but it was incomparably sturdy. When he grabbed it, it did not immediately explode. He swept his cold gaze over and saw a woman wearing revealing clothes 100 feet away. Her skin was exposed, and she had a pair of pitch-black wings on her back. She was staring at him coldly. A winged demon. Moreover, It was a Demon King level winged demon. 8. Chapter 3394. In the demon territory, the number of winged demons was extremely small, and there were even fewer winged demons that could become demon kings. Of course, this was the information that Yang Kai had obtained in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. He didn't know if the demon territory was still like this. But winged demons were the most proficient in archery. The arrows shot by a demon king level winged demon were enough to destroy stars. Clearly, Yang Kai's wanton slaughter had attracted the attention of the demon race, which was why they had dispatched a demon king level winged demon to deal with him. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai grinned at the winged demon. His smile made the other party's heart skip a beat, feeling as if her life was no longer in her control. She was also very decisive, immediately retreating after sensing that something was wrong. But how could Yang Kai let her do as she wished? The moment she moved, he had already reached out to grab her. Hehehe. At this moment, a cold laugh was suddenly heard, and a cold light blossomed. A pitch-black dagger had already reached for Yang Kai's neck. No one noticed that behind Yang Kai, at some point, a sneaky shadow had appeared. Shadow Demon. The demon race had always been famous for their assassinations. They didn't make a move, but once they did, they would strike like lightning. Under the premise of being at the same level, very few people could avoid their assassinations. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, simply ignoring the movements of the shadow demon behind him. Under the fluctuations of the law of space, the hand that was reaching for the winged demon fiercely clenched, and he shouted, "Get over here." Just as his voice fell, the face of the retreating winged demon turned pale. Because at this moment, she felt the space around her being imprisoned, as if she was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Then she flew uncontrollably towards Yang Kai, arriving in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. The feather demon's deterrence lay in their archery. Even though this feather demon was already at the level of a demon king, the strength it could display in close combat was limited. Therefore, when it was captured by Yang Kai, its expression became chaotic. It struggled with all its might, but how could it break free from the confinement of the law of space? Yang Kai threw a punch at her. With a crashing sound, like a watermelon being smashed open, the head of this extraordinarily handsome feather demon king suddenly split into pieces. The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground. Yang Kai stomped his foot down again until her body was completely crushed. Only then did he stop. The life force of the demon race was extremely tenacious. As long as the demon heart was not destroyed, the demon race would not die. No one knew where a demon king had hidden his demon heart, or how many demon hearts he had cultivated. Only by destroying the evidence could she be considered completely dead. At the same time, the shadow demon's dagger cut into Yang Kai's neck. The sharp energy caused Yang Kai's skin to turn cold. A slender hand reached out and gently pinched the tip of the dagger with incomparable precision. The jade-like hand that pinched the dagger clearly did not use much strength, but the dagger could not move. The shadow demon's expression changed greatly. It turned its head to look to the side and saw the owner of the hand. Yu Ming looked at it with an indifferent expression. Her gaze was like a high and mighty god overlooking a mortal. When their eyes met, the shadow demon quivered. Before it could react, Yang Kai had already slashed down with his sword. Silently, the shadow demon was split into two. Yang Kai's sword was like a dragon, directly cutting the shadow demon's body into countless pieces. Only then did he turn his head and look at Yu Ming with a cold gaze. At the same time, he reached out and touched his neck. There was a faint scratch on his neck. Just now, even if Yu Ming had not attacked, he would have been fine. How could the defense of a half-dragon body be so easy to break through? If not, he would not have ignored the assassination of a shadow demon king. However, Yu Ming's attitude was a bit strange. Since Yang Kai killed his way in, she had not left his side. However, she only followed Yang Kai closely and did not intervene in the battle at all. Only when Yang Kai was in danger did she intervene. "Is there a flower on my face?" Yu Ming seemed to be a little uncomfortable under Yang Kai's gaze and asked with a slight smile. Yang Kai laughed. "You are the most beautiful flower in the world." Turning around, Myriad's sword swung and once again killed his way into the demon race's camp. Behind him, Yu Ming frowned and followed as usual. At the space array, a group of people suddenly appeared like ghosts. There were not many people in this group, only about 100 or so, but all of them were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. The few leading them were third-layer Emperor Realm Masters. However, each of them had a demonic chi lingering around their bodies. It was obvious that they had become the demon race. After this group of people appeared, they did not say a word and directly attacked the space array. Obviously, they wanted to destroy the space array here. Yang Kai really has foresight. He knew you would come. A cold snort sounded and 7 beautiful figures flashed out from the side. These 7 were all women, all dressed in white and exuding an icy aura. Obviously, they cultivated ice attribute secret arts and were all masters from the Emperor Realm. In the Northern Territory, only Iceheart Valley could bring out such a lineup. The person who spoke was none other than Iceheart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. She led her disciples, Anrua Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, Ji Yao, Chang Sun Yun, and the others out. Since Martial Beast had warned Yang Kai that the demon race was here to destroy the space array, how could Yang Kai not be prepared? It was true that 100,000 troops had gone out to meet the enemy, but naturally, there would be people guarding the space array. He did not forget that the Western Territory had already fallen, and that the masters of the various sects had already become the demon race. Now that the war had begun, the Western Territory had become the demon race's cultivator, so he definitely would not stand by and watch. Iceheart Valley's group from the Emperor Realm was the backup plan he had secretly arranged for this place. 7 against 100, it was obvious that they were outnumbered. Even if Bing Yun was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, she could not turn the situation around. However, if the Spirit Array was included, it would be a different story. As soon as Bing Yun's group of 7 appeared, they formed a Spirit Array. Under the connection of their auras, a huge black tortoise phantom appeared and wrapped around the space array. The 7 points Black Tortoise Array. This was the famous sect guarding array passed down from the Eastern Territory's Black Tortoise sect. When Iceheart Valley was attacked by the Seeking Passion sect, the thousands of disciples of Iceheart Valley were outnumbered. Yang Kai passed down the 7 points Black Tortoise Array, so almost every disciple of Iceheart Valley knew this spirit array. Now, with Bing Yun as the array core and 6 of the Emperor Realm's disciples performing it, its power was unimaginable. Even if a fake emperor came, this spirit array could block it. What's more, among the hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm who had become the demon race, only a small portion of them were possessed by the demon soul. The rest were only eroded by the demonic chi and turned into demons. They did not have the ability to think for themselves and only knew how to follow orders, so their strength was greatly reduced. With a series of rumbling sounds, the black tortoise phantom stood motionless as layers of ripples appeared on its surface. Although Bing Yun and the others kept groaning, as long as the spirit array was not broken, they would not be in any serious trouble. Iceheart Valley's Bing Yun? In the Western Territory's demon camp, a gray-haired old man stared coldly at Bing Yun and slowly nodded. "I've heard a lot about you," Bing Yun said lightly. "Should this queen call you Lian Zhang or something else?" This old man was the sect master of Pointed Star Sect, but he was possessed by the demon soul. The real Lian Zhang was obviously no longer in existence, and the one occupying this body was just a demon soul. Lian Zhang smiled slightly. "It's just a name. You can do whatever you want. As for your Iceheart Valley, you are far away in the Northern Territory, so why are you interfering in this matter? It's better for you to quickly retreat, lest you end up in a tragedy." Bing Yun snorted. "In the end, you will be the ones to end up in a tragedy." Lian Zhang sneered. "There are only 7 of you. Even if you have the power of the spirit array, how can you fight against 100 of us? It's just that this king has tender feelings for the fairer sex and does not want to hurt you." Bing Yun had a strange look on her face. "Since Yang Kai predicted that you would come, how do you know that there are only 7 of us here?" As soon as she said this, Lian Zhang's expression changed. But before he could figure it out, huge palms suddenly stretched out from under the ground and grabbed at them with the power to destroy the heavens and earth. These palms were ridiculously huge and did not look like human palms at all. Not only were they huge, but they were also made of stone. A group of cultivators from the Western Territory who had become the demon race were caught off guard and hurriedly scattered, but many of them were still caught by these palms and exploded into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind bones. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the ground trembled as huge figures suddenly drilled out from under the ground. Their auras were ancient and powerful. Lien Zheng and the others were dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. It was because these fellows that had suddenly emerged from the ground were actually a group of stone men. Every big fellow had sharp edges and hard lines, and one could tell at a glance that they had boundless strength. One of them was incomparably old, but it gave off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. The other was even covered with barbs all over its body, and evil flames whooshed out of its body. Stone fire. Lien Zheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the big guy covered in barbs. He knew that this matter was going to be a little troublesome. If there were only 7 people from Ice Heart Valley guarding this place, even with the help of the spirit array, he was confident that he could destroy the space array and kill the 7 of them. But the other side suddenly had so many reinforcements, and there was even a divine spirit guarding this place. There was no way they could fight. Run. Lien Zheng made a prompt decision, and after realizing that the situation was bad, he immediately retreated. But how could it be so easy to leave? The 9 members of the Stone Mongoose clan, along with the embodiment and 7 from Ice Heart Valley, had been ambushed by Yang Kai in the Emperor Realm. Now that the enemy had appeared, how could he let them go so easily? The embodiment immediately stretched out its hand, and the giant hand seemed to cross the barrier of space and grabbed at Lien Zheng. In an instant, Lien Zheng felt as if the sky was covered. Before they even fought, he knew that he was not sure his opponent. After all, the other party was a divine spirit. Although his third-order Emperor Realm Mirror was powerful, it was still not enough in front of Shihua. Hastily raising his hand, Lien Zheng summoned a shield in front of him. The embodiment grabbed the shield and shattered it, causing Lien Zheng to break into a cold sweat. However, thanks to this slight delay, he finally had a chance to escape. Disregarding the burning of his blood essence, his figure flickered and he frantically fled into the distance. As soon as he retreated, the other demons naturally did not stay and fled. The Stone Mongoose clan chased after them. Chapter 3395. However, they didn't dare to chase too far, lest they fall into the enemy's trap. Their main responsibility together with the 7 Ice Heart Valley disciples was to guard the space array, but even so, the hundreds of demons had left behind more than 30 corpses along the way before they were able to escape safely. On the battlefield, people were constantly dying. In such a large-scale battle, even if the Northern Territory's cultivator lineup was powerful and had the support of Yang Kai's 2 great wizards, it was impossible for all of them to escape unscathed. However, the casualty rate was simply incomparable to the demon race. On the ground, rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses were piled up as the 2 races fought fiercely in this wilderness. Yang Kai had killed countless demons along the way, and even 7 or 8 Demon King-level masters had died at his hands. And this was just his record alone. Presumably, Wanfeng and the others were not much worse than him. It was obvious that this time, the demon race had mobilized many masters. Finally, the sound of a horn rang out from the demon land. All the demon race cultivators who heard this sound retreated, but even as they retreated, they did so in an orderly manner, not blindly running for their lives. Instead, they covered each other's backs and took turns retreating, showing that they were well-trained. The Northern Territory's cultivator naturally chased after them. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the demon race cultivators retreated into the demon land. Yang Kai stopped, waved his sword and shouted, "Don't chase." The Northern Territory's cultivator, whose eyes were red from killing, stopped one after another and stared in the direction of the demon land. After a brief moment of silence, they broke out into a raucous cheer. Before this, none of them had thought that they could defeat the 1 million strong demon race cultivators, and win so easily at that. Now that the facts were right in front of them, they realized that the demon race was not that big of a deal after all. They were also living beings, and if they were killed, they would die. They didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, nor did they have indestructible bodies. Just like them, They were all living beings with flesh and blood. This was the first battle between the Star Boundary and the Demon Territory, and it was also a great victory for the Star Boundary. This battle might affect the future trend of the war. The cheers were like waves, each wave louder than the previous, but the demon land was deathly silent, with not the slightest bit of response. Many Emperor Realm Masters flew to Yang Kai's side and requested to continue the pursuit, determined to exterminate the remnants of the defeated army. Of course, Yang Kai. Not to mention that they didn't know anything about the demon land. Even the bloodthirst technique wasn't omnipotent. During the duration of the bloodthirst technique's effect, the Northern Territory's cultivator was indeed brave and fearless, and could even unleash more power. However, once the bloodthirst technique's effect wore off, there would be repercussions. Even if the repercussions of the bloodthirst technique cast by the Wizard King weren't too bad, it was still enough to greatly reduce the Northern Territory's cultivator's combat strength. At this time, the best choice was to return to recuperate, adjust their condition, and wait for the Southern Territories and Eastern Territories' cultivators' arrival. The Northern Territories' army rumbled as Yang Kai returned triumphantly. On the way back, many people were whispering to each other, excitedly talking about how brave they were and how many demon race cultivators they killed. It was as if they couldn't wait to announce this achievement to the world and let everyone know about it. After returning to the location of the space array, Yang Kai ordered the Northern Territories army to spread out and set up camp. At the same time, he counted the number of casualties. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to check on the situation of Su Yin and the others. Among his 4 wives, except for Xianing Chong, who wasn't good at fighting, Su Yin, Shanqing Luo, and Shui Yu had all come. After all, they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators now. Su Yin was at the peak of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. If an Origin King could enter the battlefield, they could naturally enter as well. However, during the previous battle, Yang Kai didn't have the spare energy to pay attention to them. The 3 women were fine. The Monster King of the Ancient Land knew their identities and naturally took good care of them. With the protection of the Monster King, how could the demon race hurt them? In the newly set up tent, Yang Kai washed up under the care of the 3 women, changed into a new set of clothes, and walked out. High up in the sky, Missouri Huang lowered his head and nodded slightly at him, his eyes full of praise. He had watched the battle from beginning to end. Yang Kai's performance was commendable. At the critical moment, he wasn't blinded by a momentary victory and retreated in time, which was especially rare. He felt that Yang Kai seemed to have many years of experience in commanding an army. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Where did this brat get this kind of experience? Yang Kai responded but didn't go up to talk. Li Jiao had already hurried over with a look of joy on his face. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "How are the casualties?" Li Jiao was covered in blood. Obviously, he didn't have time to clean himself. He replied excitedly, "Less than 5,000 died, and 20,000 were injured. However, they are all minor injuries. The others are fine." 5,000 dead and 20,000 injured in a single battle was a terrifying number. However, if the enemy numbered in the millions, it would be an unimaginable number. In this battle, the demon race didn't include the green demons and red demons who were used as cannon fodder. There were more than 300,000 casualties. The corpses everywhere were the best proof. The cultivator in the Northern Territory only paid the price of 5,000 dead and 20,000 injured. This could be called a miracle. Yang Kai nodded slightly. This kind of casualty number was within the acceptable range. Li Jiao continued, "However, everyone is feeling a little weak right now. I'm afraid we will need to rest for a few days." The aftereffect of using the bloodthirst technique was a normal reaction, and this was the aftereffect of using the bloodthirst technique when Yang Kai was a shaman king. If it was used by a lower-level shaman, half a month, or even a month of recuperation would be normal. Li Jiao couldn't help but worry. If the demon race takes advantage of this time to attack. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Do you think the Beast Warrior Master is staying here to watch a show?" Just like how he didn't dare to casually bring people to attack the demon land, the demon race definitely wouldn't dare to casually attack. If the Northern Territory army really couldn't hold on, Mo Huang would definitely step in. Li Jiao's expression brightened, and he felt much more at ease. In the next few days, there was no movement from the demon race. It was unknown if they were gathering their forces. On the other hand, reinforcements from the eastern and southern territory arrived one after another. Yang Kai had set up spatial formations in both the eastern and southern territory. Now that Li Wui could also set them up, even though they arrived a few days later than the northern territory, they still arrived as quickly as possible. The two territory armies each had around 100,000 reinforcements. Their strength and cultivation were almost the same as the northern territory army. Faces that Yang Kai was familiar with all appeared one after another. The new cultivator naturally feared the demon race like a tiger. However, when they heard that the Northern Territory Army had fought a great battle with the demon race a few days ago and defeated the demon race's million-strong army, they were extremely shocked. They all went to the cultivator in the Northern Territory to inquire about the situation. The cultivator in the Northern Territory naturally added fuel to the fire. He wanted nothing more than to make himself seem wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. Seeing was believing. Even though the new cultivator didn't believe the boasting of the Northern Territory cultivator, the hundreds of thousands of demon race corpses left in the wilderness couldn't be faked. Before they arrived, the Northern Territory Army had really fought a great battle with the demon race, and they had really killed hundreds of thousands of demon race. With this, the fear of the demon race was greatly reduced. Many people were even secretly looking forward to the next great battle. Heroes were born in troubled times. A great battle between the living beings of two worlds like this wouldn't happen once in tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Who knew if they would be the one to go down in history? This was an excellent opportunity. The great emperors also arrived one after another. Yang Kai didn't know how many great emperors had come, but he roughly estimated that there were at least 6 or 7. One of them was a woman wearing a flowery dress. Her expression was tranquil, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. Yang Kai guessed that she was the only woman among the 10 great emperors, the great emperors of the Flower Shadow, Hualing Long. The great emperors of the Flower Shadow summoned Yu Ming as soon as they arrived. After all, Yu Ming was now using Li Shiqing's name, the successor of the Flower Shadow great emperors. Yu Ming is doomed. Yang Kai thought to himself. No matter what Yu Ming's origin was, or what abilities she had, even if she could deceive others, she definitely couldn't deceive the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. After all, they were master and disciple. So how could Hualing Long not see through her disguise? Outside the tent, Yang Kai was surrounded by a group of people from the Emperor Realm. They were all second-order and third-order Emperor Realm masters. Some of these people from the Emperor Realm were Yang Kai's acquaintances, while others he had just met recently. They were all masters from the Southern Territory and Eastern Territory. Perhaps they had heard that Yang Kai had a special understanding of the demon race, so they had come to ask for advice so that they wouldn't be clueless when the time came to face the demon race. Yang Kai naturally had nothing to hide, so he repeated what he had said to the cultivator from the Northern Territory before they set off, explaining in detail the characteristics and divine technique of each of the 100 races in the demon territory. The group of people from the Emperor Realm listened very carefully, silently memorizing everything. From time to time, someone would interrupt to ask a few questions, and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. It was admirable. No one knew why Yang Kai knew so much about the demon race, but this was undoubtedly precious information. Without Yang Kai, this information might have cost hundreds of thousands of lives. After half a day, the group of people cupped their fists and left. They naturally couldn't wait to share such precious information with their disciples. Brother Yang, this is what we agreed on. This temple's temple master asked me to give it to you. After everyone left, Qi Gui of Ahan Temple came forward and handed over a space ring. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He raised his brow and nodded lightly. Temple Master Chun is thoughtful. There was nothing special in this space ring, just a huge amount of resources. Source crystals, pills, alchemy manuals, and even artifacts. It was all-encompassing, just like the treasury of a sect. In fact, this was indeed a treasury. However, it was not one sect, but 2 sects. It was the treasury of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land in the Eastern Territory. Chapter 3396. When Yang Kai destroyed the high-level members of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, he told Chi Gue that he wanted half of the treasures of these two sections. He also knew that with the destruction of the high-level members of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land, the foundation of their sects was doomed. Ahan Temple would definitely take action. At that time, Ahan Temple would be the only one left of the three top sects in the Eastern Territory, so it wouldn't be too much for him to ask for half. However, after going to Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island, he directly returned to the Northern Territory, so he didn't have time to visit Ahan Temple. This time, Chi Gue personally delivered the treasures. In fact, among the people from the Emperor Realm who asked Yang Kai about the demon race, there was the Temple Master of Ahan Temple. Yang Kai didn't know his name, but Yang Kai heard people call him Temple Master Chun. This Temple Master Chin didn't hand over the treasures himself, probably because he didn't want to lose face. After all, these were the spoils of war of Ahan Temple. Yang Kai wanted half of it, as if he was afraid of Yang Kai. But now that the two realms were at war, there were many places where they needed to rely on Yang Kai, so they couldn't easily offend him. This was why Chi Gue, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times before, delivered the treasures as a sign of goodwill. Chi Gue grinned, looked around, and lowered his voice. Temple Master said that if there is a war in the future, he asks Brother Yang to take care of my Ahan Temple. Yang Kai squinted at him and said, Ahan Temple sent out all its elites this time, and Temple Master Chun is personally overseeing it. They are under the command of Serene Soul Palace. Why would they need me to take care of them? Chi Gue grinned and said, I heard that in the war a few days ago, Brother Yang used a secret technique to stimulate people's blood essence to resist the corrosion of demonic chi, and to combine the vitality of 1,000 people into one to withstand the damage together. So this was what he wanted. Yang Kai didn't comment. I will try my best. It was not that he did not want to take care of the cultivator in his territory, but he did not have the ability. It was true that he was the Wizard King, but casting bloodthirst and life chains on 100,000 people at once was his limit. He couldn't do anything more than that. Now that the allied army of the three territories had 300,000 people, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them by himself. Then I'll thank you in advance. Chi Gue cupped his hands and left. Yang Kai stood in place, deep in thought. A good idea popped into his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was possible. He hadn't considered this before because the demon race hadn't invaded on a large scale. Now that the situation had forced him, perhaps he could make some plans. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a fragrant wind flashed by his side. A beautiful figure wearing a veil and smiling with beautiful eyes appeared in front of him. What are you thinking about? Yang Kai was stunned. Was this woman all right? How could this woman be fine? When she was summoned by Hua Linglong, Yang Kai thought that her disguise was going to be exposed. He didn't expect that she would appear in front of him in one piece. Are you all right? Yang Kai thought about it and showed a worried expression at the right time. He quietly sent a message to her. Yu Ru Ming's eyes curved up. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said seriously, nonsense. Of course I'm worried about you. She didn't do anything to you, right? Yu Ru Ming smiled. If she did anything to me, would I still be able to appear in front of you? That's good, that's good. Yang Kai put on an expression of relief, but in fact, he was very confused. What was going on? Didn't Hua Linglong see that she was an imposter? Or did she see through it and have other plans? I'll be fine, don't worry. Yu Ru Ming's expression became serious. Worried my ass. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Since the Heart Seal secret technique was trapped by the soul-warming lotus, he was no longer affected by it. It was just that Yu Ru Ming didn't seem to have broken free from the suppression of the Heart Seal secret technique. Her attitude towards him was the same as before. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. Although the Heart Seal secret technique was trapped by the soul-warming lotus, it was still in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. As long as it wasn't broken, it would continue to affect Yu Ru Ming. You can go in. The Great Emperors seem to have something to ask you. Yu Ru Ming pointed her finger. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then I'll be right back. Don't go too far. Yu Ru Ming said with a sweet face and Yang Kai turned around and walked into the tent. Inside the tent, 7 figures gathered. Their auras were restrained, just like ordinary people. There was nothing unusual about them, but these 7 were existences standing at the peak of the star boundary. Among the 7, Yang Kai only recognized 3 of them: Serene Soul, Beast Warrior, and Iron Blood. As for the remaining 4, he had never seen them before. One of them was a beautiful woman who should be the Flower Shadow Great Emperors, Hua Linglong. The other one was obviously young, about 30 years old, but he had a head of silver hair and clothes as white as snow. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be the Ice Feather Great Emperors. There was also an amiable-looking old man with a smile on his face, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperors. The last one was also an old man with a long beard that reached his chest, a ruddy complexion, and a rich pill fragrance exuding from his body. Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Of the 10 Great Emperors, except for the Great Emperors in the Ancestral Territory, the Night Shadow Great Emperors who colluded with the Demon Race, and the Bright Moon Great Emperors who fell into the Demon Race's territory, the remaining 7 were gathered here. Such a luxurious lineup could be said to be rare in 10,000 years. The Great Emperors came from all over the world, and if it wasn't for the invasion of the Demon Race's territory, how could they gather together? Yang Kai looked solemn as he cupped his hands and saluted. Greetings, seniors. Each of these 7 people was a totem in the hearts of hundreds of millions of cultivators in the star boundary, so Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to neglect them. Even if the 7 people didn't release any aura, Yang Kai still felt pressure just by standing there. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors nodded slightly. With the relationship with Xianing Chong, he naturally looked at Yang Kai in a different light. The Flower Great Emperor's expression was thought-provoking. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and asked softly, "You are Yang Kai?" Her voice was very soft, like water that embraced people, making them feel very comfortable. Yang Kai replied solemnly, "Yes." Hua Linglong smiled slightly and said, "What kind of bewitching potion did you feed Qinger? Why did I hear that she has been following you around these days?" She wasn't deaf or blind, so she naturally knew about these things. However, even if she was asked about these things, she wasn't angry at all. If it were the other great emperors, they would have already shown Yang Kai their strength. "How dare you seduce my disciple? Do you want to die?" It could be seen that she was a very gentle and good-tempered person. Yang Kai couldn't understand why Li Wu Yi would be hunted down by her in the past. What kind of atrocity had Li Wu Yi done to anger such a person? Yang Kai immediately straightened his back and said firmly, "Qinger and I are in love with each other." It was love at first sight. Imo Huang's face darkened immediately. One had to know that Imo Shaoqi seemed to have some special feelings for Yang Kai. Yang Kai already had several wives, and now he had even hooked up with Hua Linglong's disciple. Imo Huang didn't know how Imo Shaoqi would react after hearing this news. Sometimes, Imo Huang wished he could kill Yang Kai with a single slap. Hua Linglong chuckled, "You're quite bold." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's natural for men and women to love each other." "Senior, are you asking this to stop us?" Hua Linglong shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Qinger is not a child. She has her own path to walk, but as her master, I have to ask." "That's not Li Shiqing. That's Yu Ru Ming." Yang Kai really wanted to gouge out her eyes to see if she was blind. Hua Linglong said seriously, "Since she chose you, you can't let her down. Do you remember?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I remember." "All right, enough of the gossip." Mo Huang opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai. "Boy, I called you here this time to ask about the secret technique you used a few days ago." Yang Kai said, "I was just about to tell you about it." "Oh?" Mo Huang raised his brow. "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai said seriously, "That Beast Warrior Master also saw it with his own eyes. He must have seen the great use of those 2 secret techniques, so he came to ask Junior about it." Mo Huang nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The secret technique that can stimulate the blood essence is fine. Most of us cultivators practice similar secret techniques. However, the secret technique that can connect the vitality of thousands of people is incredible. I have been thinking about it these days, but I still can't figure out what this secret technique is." Later, I discussed it with them and found that the secret technique is similar to the ancient wizard's secret technique. Yongkai nodded and said, Seniors, your eyes are sharp. That is indeed the ancient wizard's secret technique, life chain. Even if the people present were all great emperors, they couldn't help but be stunned. Iron Blood frowned and said, You can use the ancient wizard's secret technique? Yongkai smiled slightly. The aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming ancient and desolate. He looked at everyone and said, In this state, I can be considered as the Wizard King. The great emperors of heaven's revelation stroked the beard on his chin and said, The Wizard King was also a great wizard in the ancient era, which is equivalent to the Emperor realm now. However, the laws of the world today are very different from those of the ancient era. How can you practice the wizard's secret technique? The laws of the world are different, so the power that a cultivator can practice is also different. Yongkai replied, Senior, you're right. The reason why I was able to practice the wizard's secret technique was by chance. I once entered a secret realm. The secret realm's ability was incredible. It had the effect of compressing time. I stayed in that secret realm for decades, but only a month had passed in reality. It was also there that I understood the secret of the wizard's secret technique. The great emperors of heaven's revelations were shocked. So, that secret realm preserved the environment of the ancient era? Yes. The great emperors were suddenly excited. Iron Blood hurriedly said, Where is the secret realm? Can it be opened again? Yongkai smiled when he heard this. It seemed that his thoughts were somewhat similar to those of the great emperors. He immediately nodded and said, That secret realm is now in my high heaven palace. It can be opened at any time. Good. Iron Blood clapped and laughed. He looked at Yongkai with shining eyes and said, If that's the case, we need you to bring a group of people into the secret realm to practice the wizard's secret technique. Is that okay? That's what I was thinking. Yongkai nodded. Chapter 3397. The war between the two worlds was inevitable, so the wizard technique would definitely play a huge role in it. Other things aside, just the life chain alone was enough to reduce the losses of the astral realm. However, Yongkai was too busy. Previously, with his Wizard King level cultivation, he could barely take care of 100,000 people. However, once the number of people increased, he would be powerless. Thus, he could only think of using the dream world. If he could really let others cultivate the wizard technique in it, it would be beneficial for the war in the future. Thus, Yongkai didn't keep it to himself. The dream world was also one of the foundations of the High Heaven Palace. If not, he wouldn't be so generous. After pondering for a while, Yongkai said, However, it's best to do this in secret. Also, we have to choose some reliable people. Iron Blood nodded and said, Of course. You don't have to worry about the candidates. We will give you a list within 10 days. Then, you can bring them to the High Heaven Palace and send them into the dream world. However, in terms of cultivation, do you have any special requirements? Yongkai said, The higher the better. However, the wizard technique wasn't something that everyone could master in ancient times. I can't guarantee that everyone who goes in will be able to cultivate it successfully. Perhaps only 10%, 1%, or even 1% of people can cultivate it. Even so, I don't know how high they can cultivate it. Everything depends on effort. Since there's such an opportunity, how can we let it go so easily? Yongkai nodded and said, However, we still can't place all our hopes on the dream world. He knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to understand the wizard technique. The reason why there were so few wizards in ancient times was because the wizard technique was very difficult to cultivate. The prevalence rate was far lower than the current cultivator. Perhaps if 1,000 people were sent in, only a few wizards would appear. Even if they were low-level wizards, such as wizards or wizards, it would be meaningless if that was the case. What do you suggest? Mo Huang looked at him. Yongkai said, In the frozen earth of the Northern Territory, there is a secret world called the Reincarnation World. It was the battlefield of the ancient barbarians and the demon race. There are many ready-made Wizard King-level existences there. A ready-made Wizard King? On par with you? Everyone's eyes lit up. In terms of mastery of wizard spells, They are indeed on par with me. If we can get their help, then this trip to the astral plane will be much easier. Hua Linglong looked at him and asked, "Can you ask them to come out? We can give it a try." Since Yang Kai made this suggestion, he naturally had his own ideas. There were indeed many great wizards in the reincarnation world. When Yang Kai went to the frozen earth to look for Zhu Qing, he accidentally entered the reincarnation world and escaped with great difficulty. Originally, he thought that he would never go to that damned place again in his life. Who knew that he would enter it again one day? Good. Mo Huang's spirit was lifted. If you can really do that, then you will be the greatest contributor to the astral plane. Yang Kai said, "I'm just doing my best." Iron Blood said in a deep voice, "This is a serious matter. I will go with you." Yang Kai shook his head and laughed. "That won't be necessary. I have been to the reincarnation world once. There is no existence that can threaten me. I can go there myself. I still need everyone to stay here. Iron Blood Master, it is not good for you to leave." Hearing him say this, Zhan Wuhin pondered for a moment and nodded. "Then be careful." After finishing his discussion, Kai Yang left the large tent and returned to his own residence to wait. According to the result of his discussion with the great emperors, the astral plane would select 3,000 people from the 300,000 army to follow Yang Kai back to the High Heaven Palace. He would arrange for them to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world to cultivate wizard techniques. These 3,000 people were just to test the effects. If the results were good, it would not be too late to add more people to cultivate wizard techniques in the future. After that, Yang Kai would set off for the frozen earth and go to the reincarnation world. In less than 10 days, 3,000 people had been arranged. Among them, there were more than 100 people from the Emperor realm. The remaining Dao Source realm and Origin King realm cultivators were also distributed according to proportion. Obviously, the great emperors also knew that it was impossible for everyone to cultivate to the level of wizard king like Yang Kai, but even if they could cultivate to the lowest level of wizard, it would still be helpful in the future war. Among these 3,000 people, as long as 300 of them could become wizard techniques, they would be able to meet the expectations of the great emperors. Yang Kai did not have anything to do with the Western Territory battlefield. With the 7 great emperors here, it was likely that the demon race would not act rashly. Once these 3,000 people finished their studies and returned, together with the great wizard from the reincarnation world that Yang Kai invited, they would be able to fight the demon race to the death. The 3,000 people came from the 3 territories of the astral plane. Each territory had 1,000 people. For the time being, they did not know what they were going to do. They only knew that they were going to follow Yang Kai back to the northern territory. Since the great emperors personally gave the order, no one dared to disobey. Everyone obediently waited for the order. Yu Ruming naturally did not leave. Yang Kai glanced at her and did not say anything. At the space array, Yang Kai arranged for everyone to return to the High Heaven Palace. He was the last to return. An hour later, in front of the entrance of the 1,000 illusionary dream world, Yang Kai was silent. The 3,000 people stood behind and waited silently. Rather than calling the 1,000 illusionary dream world a secret realm, it would be better to call it a secret treasure. A secret treasure that gave birth to a spirit. It was formed by the 1,000 illusionary butterfly and contained all kinds of worlds. It was not unchanging. Anyone who entered it would be able to obtain their own opportunities. Yang Kai communicated with Butterfly for a long time before he convinced her to open the ancient world for everyone and throw the 3,000 people in. Whether or not these 3,000 people could become magi, and what level they could reach, would be revealed in a month at most. After dealing with this matter, Yang Kai let out a long breath. He turned to look at Yu Ruming and said, "Let's go." Yu Ruming nodded and followed behind obediently. When they came back to the space array, Yang Kai stood on it with Yu Ruming. The power of the law of space fluctuated. With a flash of light, Yu Ruming disappeared. Yang Kai's figure shook for a moment before he stabilized himself again. Then, he grinned. Several disciples guarding the space array were stunned. They did not know what their master was doing. But before they could ask, Yang Kai had already rushed out of the hall and soared into the sky. In the Western Territory, where the army was surrounding the space array, a light flashed and Yu Ruming suddenly appeared. She looked around blankly at first, But when the familiar scenery and figures entered her eyes, her pretty face changed. With her intelligence, how could she not know that she was dumped by Yang Kai? Damn it! Yu Ming's pretty face suddenly became gloomy. She clenched her teeth and secretly swore that when she saw Yang Kai again, she would teach him a lesson. But what she couldn't understand was why Kai Yang wanted to throw her off. Was he worried about her safety, or... The cold wind was biting cold, and the frozen earth was merciless. The frozen earth in the Northern Territory was famous in the world. This was a dangerous place. The core location was so dangerous that even the great emperors could not easily trespass. In the past, the dragon race was buried here, which showed the harsh environment here. The last time Yang Kai came to find Zhu Qing with Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, he also went through a lot of hardships. This time, it was much easier to retrace the old path. Moreover, the entrance to the reincarnation world from the astral world was not in the deepest position, so there was not much danger. However, the last time they accidentally entered the reincarnation world, they did not enter through an entrance. Instead, they were swallowed by the cold wave and directly swallowed into the reincarnation world. The cold wave was the unique heavenly might of the frozen earth. Even an 8th order fire dragon like Zhu Lai could not resist the cold. This time, they might not be lucky enough to encounter the cold wave, but since the three of them were able to enter that world, it meant that there was an entrance to the reincarnation world in the frozen earth. As long as they could find this entrance, with Yang Kai's attainments in space principles, he could naturally open the entrance. This search took another month. Many times, Yang Kai almost gave up, because blindly searching for an entrance that might not exist in this cold and white world was a kind of torture, whether it was physical or mental. Alone, surrounded by silence, only the rustling of his footsteps could be heard. Constantly circulating his emperor chi to resist the bitter cold, Yang Kai even forgot the passage of time, just repeating his actions mechanically. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, and silently sensed. He seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and rushed in a certain direction. After an incense stick worth of time, he stopped in an open snowfield. Snowflakes fluttered around him, but in the void 3 meters in front of him, there was a place that was not affected by the falling snow. All the snowflakes that fell to this place disappeared without a trace. A void corridor. Yang Kai also felt the obvious fluctuations of space principles in front of him. Immediately, his expression brightened, and he slightly urged his space principles. Whether this entrance was the entrance to the reincarnation world or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but since it appeared here, it was most likely the case. After a short while, a crack appeared in the void, dark and bottomless. Yang Kai plunged into it without hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When he came back to his senses, he had appeared in midair and was falling straight down. Yang Kai hurriedly urged his emperor chi to stabilize his body, then had the time to look around. The whole world was dark, and demonic chi was surging. Vaguely, he could hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, which seemed to be able to shake his soul. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. Yes, this was definitely the reincarnation world. This unique little world was the strangest place Yang Kai had ever seen, with 2 completely different world principles alternating. One was the world principles of the star boundary, the other was the world principles of the demon territory. Yang Kai guessed that this small world should be sandwiched between the demon territory and the star boundary, which was why there was such a strange phenomenon. The place where he had gone to find Lan Sun, Yu Ming, and the others was in a similar situation. So after it was broken, the 2 worlds were connected. It was just that that small world did not have such strange characteristics as the reincarnation world. This place, in any case, could not be known by the people in the demon territory, otherwise, it might become the second entrance to the demon territory to invade the star boundary. Chapter 3398. The reincarnation world wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and Li Jiao had stayed in this world for several months, so even if they weren't familiar with this place, they weren't unfamiliar with it either. Standing in the air, Yang Kai quickly identified the direction and flew towards the human sovereign city. Half a day later, A jade-like green light curtain in the shape of an upside-down bowl appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. A familiar aura came from that direction. That was the human sovereign city. The entire human sovereign city was protected by a jade-green light curtain. Yang Kai knew that it was the power of the holy tree. Now, the reincarnation world was governed by the laws of the demon territory. It was the time when the demon race was wreaking havoc outside. The residents of the human sovereign city couldn't leave the protection of the holy tree at all, or they would be eroded by the demonic chi and become demons. Every time this happened, the humans outside would return to the human sovereign city to avoid the demonic chi. Yang Kai recalled all kinds of information about the human sovereign city and the holy tree in his mind. It didn't take long for him to arrive outside the human sovereign city. Looking down, the city was bustling with noise and excitement, with people jostling shoulder to shoulder. But in the next moment, a rapid bell chime came from a tower on the city wall. Someone even shouted, "The demon race is attacking! The demon race is attacking!" Although the cultivation of the person shouting wasn't too high, he was still a Tao Source Realm cultivator. Under the urging of his strength, his voice could spread throughout the entire human sovereign city. The endless flow of people fell into a strange state of silence. After 3 breaths, the crowd went into an uproar and rushed to report. Yang Kai was stunned. The demon race is attacking? What demon race is there? Looking around, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the demon race wasn't referring to him, was it? Looking down at the tower that sounded the alarm, Yang Kai found that the Tao Source Realm cultivator who shouted was looking at him with a face full of hatred. Yang Kai's face twitched. He really wanted to gouge out the cultivator's eyes and let him take a closer look. Which part of him looked like a demon race? But after thinking about it, he couldn't be blamed for being so nervous. After all, the outside world was governed by the laws of the demon territory. Only the demon race was still active outside. It was inevitable for him to be misunderstood. Yang Kai shouted, "This king is not a demon race. Don't panic. The Tao Source Realm cultivators is the realm cultivators is." But he didn't stop. Asterisk whoosh 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 asterisk people kept flying towards the city wall where Yang Kai was, all of them looking like they were facing a great enemy. There were even a few from the Emperor realm among them. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Although the population of the human sovereign city wasn't too high, because of its special environment, there seemed to be a lot of people in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai had met several third-layer Emperor realm masters when he came here last time. If he could bring such a force out, it would be of great help to the situation in the star boundary. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard an angry shout. "Who goes there?" Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and fixed his eyes on a middle-aged second-order Emperor realm cultivator. He nodded slightly and said, "This king is Yang Kai, not a demon race cultivator. Please open the barrier. This king has something to discuss with the human sovereign city." The middle-aged man immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you? The human sovereign city is not a place for demons like you to call as they please. If you know what's good for you, you'd back off quickly, or I'll take your dog life." Yang Kai's eyes twitched. "Old man, look carefully. How does this king look like a demon race cultivator?" The middle-aged man snorted, "Don't waste your breath. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't back off after 3 breaths, you'll have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai sighed and said helplessly, "Is there really no way to open the barrier?" "Get lost," the middle-aged man shouted. Yang Kai grinned and slowly stretched out his hand, pressing it towards the green light curtain as he said, "In that case, I'll come in myself." The middle-aged man sneered but made no move to stop him. After all, the holy tree's protection had a strong restraining effect on the demon race. Once infected, they would either die or be seriously injured. Otherwise, after so many years, the human sovereign city would not have remained unscathed and would have been attacked by the demon race tens of thousands of times. This demon race actually dared to recklessly break through the holy tree's protection. In his opinion, this was nothing short of suicidal and stupid. But in the next moment, the sneer on his face suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened in disbelief. Because when Yang Kai's hand touched the green light curtain, it did not show the slightest sign of injury. Not only that, but the green light curtain also began to ripple, as if it was about to break. How was this possible? This was the holy tree's protection. For hundreds of thousands of years, it had protected the human sovereign city, yet now it had accepted a demon race? To be honest, the holy tree's defense was indeed very strong. Even if the demon race really attacked, they would not be able to break through. However, Yang Kai was not trying to break through the barrier. He just wanted to enter the human sovereign city, so there were many things he could use to his advantage. He was the wizard king and was the target of the holy tree's protection. So how could the holy tree stop him if he wanted to enter the city? He did not want to make the people of the human sovereign city too nervous before, but now he had no choice but to do it himself. The ripples continued to spread, and Yang Kai's entire arm reached in, followed by half of his body, and then his entire body. In just 10 short breaths, Yang Kai was already inside the human sovereign city. Below, countless residents of the human sovereign city who saw this scene had ashen faces, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. This demon race could easily break through the holy tree's protection and enter the human sovereign city, which meant that other demon race could do it as well. In other words, the human sovereign city was no longer safe. However, in this world, where could they go other than the human sovereign city? If they left the human sovereign city and the holy tree's protection, they would really be dead. The group of people who had arrived at the tower before finally came to their senses. The elderly man roared angrily, "The demon race is attacking. Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to charge at Yang Kai. Even now, he still believed that Yang Kai was a demon race. In midair, he had already punched out, and the faint sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. An almost solid white tiger phantom pounced at Yang Kai with extraordinary momentum. The others hurriedly followed and used their killer moves. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed as he raised his hand and slapped out. The dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds, causing the entire mortal emperor city to tremble. A phantom of a huge dragon appeared and bit down on the white tiger. The white tiger let out a sorrowful cry and collapsed in the air. However, the dragon's momentum was not reduced at all. It rushed into the crowd and swayed left and right, knocking a group of people to the ground. The elderly man was shocked. When Yang Kai attacked, he noticed that his opponent's cultivation was the same as his own, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, the other party was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It seemed that he was not his opponent at all. In a daze, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking closely, it was the demon race that had invaded the city. The elderly man was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could he retreat? Yang Kai had already grabbed the elderly man by the collar and dragged him in front of him, staring at him fiercely. "My life is over," the elderly man lamented in his heart. But Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I said I'm not from the demon race. Open your eyes wide and look carefully." The elderly man was in a daze. He only had the lingering fear of escaping death. How could he be in the mood to observe Yang Kai?
Stop!
At that moment, an angry shout rang out as several figures flew over from the center of the human sovereign city. The one in the lead had a handsome face and was accompanied by several masters from the Emperor Realm. One of them was even a third-order Emperor Realm Master. They had probably noticed the commotion here and rushed over to investigate the situation. Hearing the voice, Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at the young man in the lead. "Third Prince, long time no see." This young man was the third prince of the human sovereign city. Yang Kai had met him the last time he came here, but they didn't have much interaction. Now that they met again, it was impossible not to recognize him. The third prince glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, then said in surprise, the voice sounded a little familiar. "So it really is Lord Yang." "That's me." Yang Kai nodded at him, then let go of the elderly man's clothes and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles on his clothes. He said with a look of displeasure, "Old man, I said I'm not from the demon race. Do you believe me now?" The elderly man nodded subconsciously, then suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard the name Yang Kai more than 10 years ago. Yes, there was indeed an outsider who came to the human sovereign city and had a conflict with the royal family, but the royal family was tight-lipped about what happened. Later, the outsider suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the storm gradually subsided. So this guy was that person from back then. But the third prince had to call him master. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this person was on equal footing with the human sovereign city? Since it's Sir Yang, then it must be a misunderstanding. You may all disperse. The third prince waved his hand, and the people who were facing a great enemy finally dispersed. It's been many years, third prince, but you're still as good as ever. Yang Kai smiled at him. The third prince felt a lot of pressure. Although he was the third prince of the human sovereign city, and also the most outstanding son of the human sovereign city, and was qualified to inherit the human sovereign city in the future, he did not dare to put on airs in front of Yang Kai. After all, the holy tree seemed to treat this person differently. Back then, even the human sovereign city did not dare to throw a tantrum in front of him, let alone a prince like himself. Forcing a smile, the third prince said, Lord Yang has returned. Is he going to stay in the human sovereign city for a long time? He thought that Yang Kai had been staying in the reincarnation world all these years and had not left. After all, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing left and went directly to the Demon Rage City to find the exit, so it was normal that he did not know what happened afterwards. Yang Kai looked at him and said, The third prince doesn't seem to welcome me. The third prince hurriedly said, How can that be? Lord Yang is an important guest of my father, and he is very powerful. If he can stay in the human sovereign city for a long time, it will be a good thing for the human sovereign city. How can I not welcome him? Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him and said calmly, Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the third prince. I just came in from the outside, and I don't plan to stay in the human sovereign city for a long time. I'm afraid I'll be leaving in a few days. Chapter 3399. Hearing this, the third prince let out a long sigh of relief, but soon looked at him in shock and said, Lord Yang, do you mean that you can freely enter and leave this world? Not only him, but the several people from the Emperor realm who followed him were also stunned. The reincarnation world had a special environment and had existed for more than 100,000 years. Over the years, there had been many outsiders who had accidentally wandered into this world, but no one had ever been able to leave. There was a rumor that there was an exit in the Demon's Fury City, but that exit was extremely dangerous and close to the Demon's Fury City, so it was impossible for humans to pass through. Now that they heard Yang Kai say this, how could the third prince and the others not be shocked? Yang Kai said, This king has his own method. This was admitting that he could freely enter and leave this world. The third prince's expression suddenly became uncertain, but he suddenly thought of something and smiled faintly. Then I wonder why Lord Yang has come to the human sovereign city? Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, to give you a great opportunity. The corner of the third prince's eye twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe his nonsense, but he still patiently asked, Can you elaborate? Yang Kai said, I will explain this to the human sovereign city. So please lead the way, third prince. The third prince couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he heard this, knowing that Yang Kai meant that he was not qualified to discuss matters with him. He was displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. He turned sideways and stretched out his hand. In that case, Lord Yang, please follow me. With the third prince leading the way, it was naturally very smooth, and no one dared to act rashly. Along the way, the third prince, intentionally or unintentionally, inquired about whether Yang Kai could really enter and leave this world freely. Yang Kai didn't want to say much, but suddenly, he rolled his eyes and began to talk. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise for the beauty of the outside world. The third prince smiled and responded absent-mindedly. Not long after, everyone arrived at the imperial palace and saw the human sovereign in the main hall. The human sovereign hadn't changed much, just like the last time they saw him. The fat old man was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his vitality had begun to show signs of decline. However, this old man knew how to enjoy life. He was surrounded by beautiful maids, each one of them with a unique charm. Yang Kai didn't know if the old man would one day die in their bellies. The human sovereign wasn't the only one in the hall. Most of the members of the imperial family were present, presumably having received the message from the third prince. All the princes and princesses were looking at Yang Kai with complicated gazes. Yang Kai even caught a glimpse of deep hatred in the human sovereign's turbid eyes. Yang Kai certainly knew that the old man wouldn't welcome his arrival, but he didn't care. Taking a few steps forward, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, human sovereign." Although he wasn't afraid of him, he still had something to ask of him this time. Moreover, if this matter really came to fruition, Yang Kai naturally couldn't be too abrupt in the future war of the two worlds. This attitude obviously surprised the human sovereign and the many princes and princesses. After all, when Yang Kai came last time, he was extremely arrogant and didn't put the imperial family in his eyes. Even the first prince, Fushu, was beaten up by him, and the seventh princess, Fuyu, was taught a lesson by him. However, it was precisely because of this that the human sovereign's expression relaxed slightly. He raised his hand and said, "Lord Yang is too polite. Please sit down." Immediately, a beautiful maid brought a chair over and placed it behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai sat down graciously. The third prince stepped forward and whispered a few words in the human sovereign's ear. The human sovereign's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. After the third prince left, the human sovereign looked at Yang Kai. "Lord Yang, I heard from third brother that you came from the outside world?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. The human sovereign said, "So, Lord Yang really left this world more than 10 years ago?" Yang Kai said, "Back then, it was thanks to your guidance that I was able to go to the Wrath of the Demon City. It was through the exit near the Wrath of the Demon City that I was able to leave the reincarnation world." Lord Yang is really something. The human sovereign's face was full of admiration. That exit is only rumored. No one knows if it's true or not, but Lord Yang was able to find it and leave through it. You're the first one in more than 100,000 years to do so. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "The last time I left, there were a lot of twists and turns, but the first time is the second time. The second time is familiar. If this king were to do it again, there would definitely not be any problems. It would definitely be extremely smooth." After saying this, he quietly observed the group of princes and princesses. Seeing that there was no abnormal reaction, Yang Kai suddenly felt confident. The human sovereign didn't seem to have any intention of replying. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Third brother said that Lord Yang is here to give us a great opportunity. What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes and said in a bewitching tone, "I'm going to take you out of here and to a wider world outside." The human sovereign smiled slightly and didn't comment. The princes and princesses also looked indifferent, as if they didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. On the contrary, the third prince frowned and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice their reaction and said loudly, "You were all born and raised in this world. You are bound by the laws of this world and are threatened by the demon race in the city of Wrath of the Demons. You have never known how vast and wonderful the outside world is. Now that you have a rare opportunity, don't you want to go out and experience the scenery of the great world?" Fuyu curled her lips and said, "What's so good about the outside world?" Yang Kai turned to look at her and grinned. "The seventh princess said this because you haven't been to the outside world. If you have, I'm afraid you won't have this idea." Fuyu didn't dare to talk back to him. After all, she had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai last time. Even if she didn't agree with him, she could only keep silent. The human sovereign laughed and said, "Then what do we have to pay? Lord Yang, you have come back after all this trouble. You must have something in mind, right?" Yang Kai wiped his mouth and stood up. He said with a pained expression, "I just don't want to see you live in such an environment. I don't want to see hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city suffer the torment of this world and the demon race. I don't mean to do anything." The human sovereign said in surprise, "Lord Yang, I admire you for your noble character." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "If the human sovereign is interested, then there is no time to lose. Please order the people in the city to prepare. We will set off now." As soon as he said this, the human sovereign almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "I don't think I promised you anything. Why are you setting off now?" At the same time, he asked curiously, "Lord Yang, do you mean that you can take everyone in the human sovereign city with you?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." Regardless of whether this was true or not, The human sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Lord Yang is really something. He pondered for a moment and said, Lord Yang, you must be tired from the journey. Go and rest for a few days. I will seriously consider what you said. Yang Kai glared and said, What's there to consider? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. The human sovereign said patiently, This concerns the future of the entire human sovereign city. I can't make arbitrary decisions. I have to ask for the opinions of the people in the city, right? If some people don't want to leave, I can't force them. This was a good reason. Yang Kai couldn't say anything else. He could only say, Human sovereign is really righteous. In that case, I will wait for your good news. Well said. The human sovereign nodded slightly and then winked at the third prince. Third prince, take Lord Yang to rest and make arrangements. Yes, father. The third prince cupped his hands and then reached out to Yang Kai. Lord Yang, please. Kai Yang smiled faintly. Thank you for your trouble. He bid farewell to the human sovereign and then went into the depths of the palace under the guidance of the third prince. After Yang Kai left, the human sovereign's face suddenly became gloomy. All the princes and princesses turned to look at him. The eldest prince, Fushu, cupped his hands and said, Father, you can't agree to what Yang Kai said? Fuyu also said, Yes, father. The foundation of our royal family is in the human sovereign city. How can we leave with him? If we really go to the outside world, we won't have any advantages. That bastard from the kingdom of Wolfheart should be killed. Father, let's have him killed. The princes and princesses shouted at the same time. They wanted nothing more than to cut Yang Kai into pieces right now, as if they had some irreconcilable feud with him. Shut up. The human emperor was irritated and shouted. His turbid eyes shone with a terrifying light at this moment. He glanced at his children and said coldly, Do you really think that this emperor is old and muddle-headed? The group of people trembled in fear and said, We wouldn't dare. The human sovereign snorted. How could I not know that the foundation of our royal family is here? If he leaves here, our royal family will no longer have any advantages. How could I not want to take his life to prevent future troubles? But that person is protected by the sacred tree. Who in the human sovereign city can kill him? If it wasn't for that, how could Yang Kai be so arrogant last time? There were many people in the human sovereign city with higher cultivation than him. There were several third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. How could they not kill him if they worked together? But with the sacred tree's protection, no third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could break through his defense. The Fushu rolled his eyes and said, The human sovereign city can't do that. Why don't we lure him out of the city? Once he leaves the city, he won't have the sacred tree's protection. The human sovereign nodded. That's a good idea. The key is, how do we lure him out of the city? The Fushu was just saying it casually. Now that the human sovereign asked, he couldn't explain clearly. He scratched his ears and cheeks in embarrassment. The fourth prince said, How about we let him become the demon race? Fuyu's eyes lit up and nodded. That's a good idea. If he becomes the demon race, the sacred tree won't protect him. At that time, we'll be able to do whatever we want to him. The others obviously thought that it was a good idea. They all looked at the human sovereign eagerly. The human sovereign pondered for a long time before he looked up and said, Fourth prince, I'll leave this matter to you. There can't be any mistakes. The fourth prince cupped his hands excitedly. Don't worry, father. If this doesn't work, I'll bring my head to you. The human sovereign nodded gently and closed his eyes. He waved his hand slightly, and the group of princes and princesses respectfully left. Chapter 3400. Yang Kai stayed in the imperial palace for 3 days. During these 3 days, he stayed in his room peacefully, showing no intention of going out, nor did he urge the human sovereign to leave. This made the human sovereign, who had been paying attention to his movements, a little confused. If Yang Kai had acted impatiently, he could have understood, but seeing him act so calm and collected, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. He didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, but no matter what Yang Kai was planning, the human sovereign would never agree to leave the human sovereign city with Yang Kai and go to the outside world. In the human sovereign city, the imperial family was protected by the holy tree and was superior to others. Just by looking at his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he was already a human sovereign, and several third-order Emperor realm masters had to obey him. The human sovereign didn't know what the situation was like in the outside world, but he knew that strength was respected everywhere. The imperial family had been living here peacefully for more than 100,000 years, so how could they leave with Yang Kai so easily and go to a completely clueless world? It was late at night, and all was quiet. In his room, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand. The two beautiful maids who had been waiting on him in the room bowed and left. It had to be said that although the human sovereign city wasn't big, with a population of only a few million, it was a place full of beautiful women. These two beautiful maids were probably carefully selected by the third prince. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, they were top-notch. What was even rarer was that they still had the aura of a young girl, untouched by others. Letting them serve Yang Kai was probably to numb Yang Kai, but unfortunately, although Yang Kai had been talking and laughing with them for the past 3 days, he never had any inappropriate thoughts. After the two beautiful maids left, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened a window. Then, he said indifferently, "Since you're here, then show yourself." A dozen breaths later, a middle-aged old man wrapped in a black robe shot through the window. This old man was about 50 years old, with a ruddy complexion and a hale and hearty spirit. His figure was straight and his aura was restrained, but Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that this man was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. As soon as he appeared, he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai smiled and gestured with his hand. At the same time, he picked up the teapot and filled the 2 cups in front of him. The man glanced at Yang Kai and hesitated for a moment before sitting down opposite him. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, as if he was savoring the taste, he asked, "Did Lord Yang bring this tea from the outside world?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, it seems that your excellency is a tea lover." The man smiled proudly. In life, everyone will have 1 or 2 hobbies. Some people like power, some people like beauties, but this old man only likes tea. It's a pity that there aren't many good teas in this world, and they can't compare to Lord Yang's. Yang Kai sneered. "What kind of tea is this? There are many better teas in the outside world." The man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a look of longing appeared on his face. Yang Kai held the teacup and said indifferently, "If I remember correctly, you were with the third prince that day, right?" 3 days ago, when Yang Kai had just arrived at the human sovereign city, the third prince had brought a few people from the emperor realm with him. One of them was this middle-aged man, who was also the only third-order emperor realm master. How could Yang Kai not remember him? The middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Zhou Yuchuan. I'm highly valued by the imperial family, and I'm the imperial guard captain of the human sovereign city. So it's old man Zhou. Pardon my disrespect." Yang Kai put down the teacup and cupped his hands slightly. He smiled and said, "May I know why old man Zhou has come to see this king?" Zhou Yuchuan was silent for a while, then suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He said, "As the saying goes, it's taboo to talk too much with strangers. However, this old man only wants to ask Lord Yang a question, and I hope that Lord Yang will not hesitate to answer." Yang Kai took a sip of tea and said, "I can take you out of here, and I did just come in from the outside." Zhou Yuchuan's eyes lit up. "So master knows why this old man is here." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "When I first came here a few days ago, I told the third prince about it. You were there at the time, so of course you paid attention. The imperial family is not interested in this matter because they are the imperial family. Here, they are protected by the holy tree and have a unique advantage. They are superior beings, but it's different outside. However, those who are not part of the imperial family, such as you, old man Zhou, it's different. Their standpoints are different, so their considerations are naturally different." Zhou Yuchuan nodded at his words and said, "Lord Yang is right. The imperial family is indeed not interested in this matter. Not only are they not interested, Master's words a few days ago have probably made them very uncomfortable." Yang Kai said, "Since I came here and said those words, I naturally know how they will react. However, is this important?" Zhou Yuchuan frowned and said, "Master, are you planning to use force?" If they make a wise choice, then so be it. If they disappoint me, then what's wrong with that? Zhou Yuchuan's brows immediately furrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Forgive this old man for speaking bluntly. Although Master is also protected by the holy tree, if the imperial family is unwilling to cooperate, then I'm afraid even the Master can't do anything about it. Ideas are thought of by people." Yang Kai chuckled and changed the topic. "Actually, I'd like to know how many people have the same idea as you." Zhou Yuchuan said, "A few of my old brothers have the same idea. I believe that most of the people in the Emperor realm would be happy to see this. Not just the people in the Emperor realm, there are probably 80 to 90% of those in the human sovereign city who would be willing to follow the Master out of this realm. The Master doesn't live in this realm, so you don't know how dangerous it is." Yang Kai grinned. "How can the imperial family stop the hearts of the people? It's fine if they follow the will of the heavens, but if they go against the flow, then I don't mind teaching them a lesson." Zhou Yuchuan immediately said seriously, "If the Master wants to make a move against the imperial family, then this old man can't interfere. Although this old man also wants to leave this realm, this old man still owes the imperial family a debt of gratitude. It's not just me, but the other old brothers as well." Yang Kai said, "I won't make things difficult for you." Zhou Yuchuan wanted to say something else, but Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look out the window and smiled. "We have guests. Elder Zhou, please excuse yourself for now." Zhou Yuchuan was taken aback when he heard this because he didn't sense anything at all. However, Yang Kai's words were so incisive that he began to doubt his own judgment. He didn't dare stay for long and immediately cupped his hands. "Then this old man will take his leave." With that, he scuttled out the window and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai put down his teacup and sat on the spot, waiting quietly. After a short while, the surrounding windows suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 figures rushed in, smashing the windows and doors to pieces. A gust of wind swept up, causing the candles in the room to dim. By the time the candles stabilized again, there were 7 or 8 fierce-looking existences in demonic chi in the room. The demon race. Yang Kai glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but laugh. They wanted to taint him with demonic chi and become the demon race. Although he didn't know who in the imperial family was behind this, it was indeed a good way to deal with him. As long as he became the demon race, then he naturally wouldn't be protected by the holy tree, and the imperial family wouldn't have to be afraid of him anymore. He knew that the words he said a few days ago would make the imperial family uncomfortable, and they might even secretly use some means to deal with him, but the situation in front of him was still a little unexpected. These demon race were obviously thrown in by someone, and their cultivations were probably sealed before. One of them was a demon king, comparable to a first-order emperor realm master, and the others were all demon commanders. With such a lineup, it was obvious that the imperial family had put in a lot of effort. It wasn't surprising that there was a demon race in the human sovereign city. After all, the two races had been fighting in this world for more than 100,000 years, so it was normal for them to have captives. Otherwise, where would the imperial family find these demon race to deal with him in such a hurry? Inside the room, a group of demon race masters filled with malevolent chi immediately turned to stare at Yang Kai after crawling to their feet, their eyes flashing a fierce light. Although they didn't know why they had been released, since there was a human in front of them, they would naturally attack. Under the surge of demonic chi, the demon king and the demon commander rushed over together. In an instant, the demonic chi tumbled, and the scene was terrifying. Yang Kai sat still and didn't even look at them. He raised his hand, and a small black dog appeared in front of him. He brought Return to Ruins with him when he returned to the High Heaven Palace last time, so this was a good time for it to show off its power. Bow Wow obviously didn't understand the situation, but under the stimulation of the demonic chi, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth. In an instant, its mouth almost swallowed half of the room. With a bite, the room became quiet. Whether it was the Demon King or the Demon Commander, they were all gone. The bloody mouth also returned to its original appearance. Bow Wow stuck out its tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai and barked, as if to say, "I did a good job, right?" Yang Kai just finished his cup of tea. He put down the teacup, patted the dog's head, and stood up. He looked in a certain direction and sneered, "Stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Outside the room, the fourth prince brought a few people from the emperor realm to pay close attention to the movements in Yang Kai's room. They listened carefully, but there was no sound of fighting at all. There was only the sound of a dog barking. They couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what was going on inside. And where did the dog barking come from? How could there be a dog in the palace? Just as they were puzzled, a gentle breeze blew by, and a figure appeared in front of them. Everyone turned pale with fright and looked over. When they saw the person's face clearly, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fourth prince was so shocked that he took a few steps back and almost fell on his butt. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "Since the human sovereign can't make a choice, then I will make the decision for him." The fourth prince was shocked. "What do you want to do? I will take you out of this world. You don't have to thank me. I always like to help people." After saying this, Yang Kai strode in a certain direction. The fourth prince was shocked. After a while, he slowly came back to his senses. He stared in the direction Yang Kai was going. His expression changed, and he whispered, "Not good. Quick, quick, go and inform father. Tell him Yang Kai is going to the holy tree." Chapter 3401. The sacred tree was the foundation of the human sovereign city's existence. It was the sacred tree's protection that allowed the human sovereign city to stand tall in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that there was nothing more important to the imperial family than the sacred tree. Therefore, when the fourth prince realized that Yang Kai was heading towards the sacred tree, how could he not panic? Although he did not know what Yang Kai was planning to do, it was clearly not a good sign. The news was immediately sent to the human sovereign city, who was paying close attention to the situation. The human sovereign was shocked and hurried towards the sacred tree, accompanied by many experts from the imperial family and the imperial palace. Hundreds of people quickly arrived at their destination. However, they stopped 300 feet away from the sacred tree. This was because a stone giant covered in sharp barbs and emitting evil fire had appeared in front of them. The stone giant had sharp edges and was several feet tall. It had a ferocious expression, and its entire body exuded a murderous aura. The group of people from the emperor realm and the imperial family trembled in fear at the sight of it. The human sovereign naturally sensed that this stone giant was not to be trifled with, but he could not figure out where such a big guy had come from. There was no trace of it before. However, at this moment, this big guy was blocking their path. It was obviously Yang Kai's helper. Moreover, from the changes in its expression, it seemed to have its own thoughts and consciousness. The human sovereign pondered for a moment and did not immediately order his men to attack the embodiment. Instead, he raised his head and shouted, "Lord Yang, it's late. Why is the master not resting but coming to this forbidden area?" Yang Kai stood under the sacred tree and reached out to touch the tree trunk that was not very thick. He did not move at all, as if he did not hear the human sovereign's shout. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he seemed to have a resonance with the sacred tree. The sacred tree flickered with a green light that flickered and flickered. Even Yang Kai's body was glowing with a halo. A mysterious and profound aura spread out. The human sovereign's face darkened. He raised his hand slightly and waved it forward. Zhou Yuchuan immediately stepped forward, his emperor's chi surging as he punched out like a dragon. In an instant, a sky full of fist shadows bombarded the embodiment, causing the void to tremble and the four extremities to collapse. There was a series of rumbling sounds. When Zhou Yuchuan pulled back his fist, his eyes narrowed. The stone giant in front of him was actually unscathed. Instead, it grinned at him. A palm the size of a door had already reached out and swatted at him as if he was swatting a fly. Zhou Yuchuan's face turned pale with fright. He raised his palms to the sky and summoned all of his strength to defend himself. There was a loud boom. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhou Yuchuan's body shook violently. Blood oozed out of his nose and mouth as he staggered backward. His aura had weakened significantly. Everyone's expression changed. In terms of cultivation strength alone, Zhou Yuchuan could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the entire human sovereign city. The other two were almost on par with him. It could be said that Zhou Yuchuan was already one of the top experts in the human sovereign city. How could such an existence be unable to withstand the might of the stone giant's palm? Just how strong was this stone giant? What in the world was this thing? The human sovereign's expression changed again. He waved his hand again. This time, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm walked out. It seemed like they wanted to join forces to deal with the embodiment. After all, even Zhou Yuchuan was no match for this stone giant. There was probably no one in the entire human sovereign city who could defeat it. If they wanted to take it down, they could only rely on their advantage in numbers. However, before they could do anything, Yang Kai, who had been standing there with his hand on the tree trunk, suddenly moved. He sighed softly and slowly pulled back his hand. He said calmly, "Human sovereign, I have no intention of causing a big commotion in this world. I just want to take you all out of this world." The human sovereign said in a low voice, "I appreciate Lord Yang's kindness. However, I have no intention of leaving this world. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. "If it was before, it would have been fine if you didn't want to leave this place. After all, a melon picked forcefully is not sweet. If you want to stay here, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. But now, you have to leave whether you want to or not. It's not up to you." The human sovereign's face was filled with anger. Lord Yang also said that a melon picked forcefully is not sweet. If that's the case, why do you have to make things difficult for us? Yang Kai grinned. "A melon picked forcefully is not sweet, but it quenches my thirst. What kind of bullshit reason is this?" The group of royal family members were stunned. What is Lord Yang's intention? The human sovereign frowned. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and that stone giant's strength was even more incredible. If he already had such a powerful force, why did he still want to attack the human sovereign city? What was there for him to be interested in here? In terms of Saint arts, he also knew Saint arts, and was not inferior to any of the royal family members. Therefore, the human sovereign really did not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. "You'll find out when you get out." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. The human sovereign slowly shook his head. "Lord Yang wants to take us out of this world, but he won't tell us the reason. Please forgive me for not agreeing. If Lord Yang wants to use force, we royal family members are not cowards. At worst, we'll just fight to the death with the master." Yang Kai sneered. "Death with the master? I'm afraid you don't have what it takes. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but if I want to harm you, you won't be able to stop me." The human sovereign said, "Even ants drag out their lives. We won't just sit around and wait for our deaths." Yang Kai nodded. "That's why I'm willing to give you a chance." The human sovereign frowned. "I'd like to hear the details. I'll make a bet with you. If I can get the holy tree to leave with me, I'll ask the human sovereign to order the residents to evacuate from this world." As soon as he said that, the 100 people on the other side looked at each other. The human sovereign's expression changed drastically. "So your goal is the holy tree." He had been wondering what Yang Kai was plotting all this time, but now it seemed that he was after the divine tree. Yes, if there was anything in the human sovereign city that could attract someone like him, it would be the holy tree. But then again, if he really took the holy tree away, the human sovereign city would lose its protection. If they didn't leave with him, what else could they do? Stay here and wait for the demonic chi to corrupt them and turn them into demons? The human sovereign flew into a rage. "Wishful thinking. Even if I have to fight you to the death today, you won't be able to lay a finger on the holy tree." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "I'm afraid the human sovereign has misunderstood me. I'm not forcing the holy tree to leave with me. I'm letting it choose for itself. If it doesn't want to, I won't force it." Choose for itself? The human sovereign was stunned. How could the holy tree choose for itself? For so many years, although the holy tree had protected the human sovereign city and protected the royal family from harm, the holy tree had never communicated with anyone. Although it was a living thing, it didn't have intelligence. How could it choose for itself? Yang Kai's words stunned him. Yang Kai ignored him. Instead, he turned to the holy tree and said solemnly, "Senior Qing, the star boundary is in danger. The demon race is invading. Please lend me a hand." As soon as he said this, a series of rumbling sounds came from the ground below, as if there was an earthquake. Noticing this, everyone's expressions became uncertain. They looked left and right, trying to see where this abnormal sound came from. Asterisk hong long long. Asterisk the ground cracked open, and roots suddenly shot out from the ground. Then, they quickly gathered around the holy tree. Ah, the holy tree! Fuyu cried out. Her hand covered her mouth as shock filled her beautiful eyes. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. The holy tree was actually moving. The holy tree that had stood tall in the human sovereign city for hundreds of thousands of years was actually moving because of an outsider's words. The roots gathered together, and the holy tree's surface shone brightly. Even the entire human sovereign city was bathed in a green glow. The tree crown swayed left and right for a while. Leaves rustled, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, the holy tree was uprooted. Below the roots converged to form a pair of legs. Step by step, the holy tree walked over to Yang Kai and stood still. Many thanks for Senior's help. Yang Kai bowed respectfully. In this world, he was probably the only one who knew the origin of the human sovereign city's holy tree. Even the human sovereign city's royal family probably didn't know much about it. The last time he was here, he had suspected that the human sovereign city's holy tree was related to the evergreen divine tree of ancient times. Azure was the guardian of that era. During the final battle, he sacrificed himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Yang Kai had seen that tragic scene with his own eyes and was convinced by Azure's righteousness. The current frozen earth looked very much like the site of the final battle of the barbarian demon race. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, Yang Kai couldn't be sure whether this was the case. Perhaps Azure didn't perish back then. Instead, he left behind a trace of his existence that allowed him to grow again in the reincarnation world and protect the hundreds of thousands of human sovereign cities' residents. The current holy tree was the continuation of Azure's will and life. Azure was willing to sacrifice himself to seal the passage between the two worlds. Now that the holy tree had inherited his will, how could it ignore the destruction of the demon race? Yang Kai had come first to communicate with the holy tree about this matter. Reality proved that the holy tree had indeed made the choice he wanted. The holy tree has a spirit. The human sovereign muttered absent-mindedly. The group of royalty and members of the emperor realm were even more flabbergasted. What do you think? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the human sovereign. The human sovereign seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. There was deep resentment and helplessness between his brows. He was resentful because Yang Kai wanted to take them away from this world. The royalty didn't want to leave this place. Just as Yang Kai had said before, they were high and mighty here. It didn't matter if their cultivation was inferior to others. The royalty was the most noble existence in the human sovereign city. However, if they left this place, what was the royalty? They were helpless because the holy tree had made its choice. What could they do? Without the protection of the holy tree, the royalty was no longer the royalty. You will destroy the human sovereign city. The human sovereign gnashed his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Human sovereign is wrong. I won't destroy the human sovereign city. There can be no construction without destruction. I'm just giving you a chance to be reborn." Chapter 3402. Does Lord Yang insist on doing this? The human sovereign looked at him with grief and indignation. Yang Kai said solemnly, "The arrow is already knocked. It has to be fired." After a pause, he continued, "But human sovereign, please rest assured, even if you go to the outside world, your royal family will still be looked upon favorably. You don't have to worry about being ostracized." Yang Kai's main purpose in coming to the reincarnation world was to deal with the royal family. They were ready-made great wizard, especially the several princes and princesses with outstanding aptitude. They were all wizard king-level existences. Naturally, the human sovereign was also a wizard king, and a high-rank wizard king at that. If he could get their help, many fewer people in the star boundary would die in the war against the demon race in the future. So, he had to take the royal family away no matter what. The human sovereign sighed deeply and said, This emperor knows that Lord Yang has great means and can freely enter and leave this world. But do you know how many people there are in my human sovereign city? Yang Kai said, if the human sovereign is worried that I can't take everyone away, then there is no need to worry. Not to mention a single human sovereign city, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, I can still take them away. The small sealed world had swallowed 3 cultivation stars in the territory of the star boundary, expanding its territory to infinity. There were hundreds of millions of living beings on each cultivation star, and now they were all living and working in peace in the small sealed world. So what was a mere human sovereign city's population? The human sovereign was shocked. Lord Yang has such great means? One had to know that there were hundreds of thousands of people in the human sovereign city. He couldn't figure out how Yang Kai could take so many people away and instinctively felt that he was talking nonsense. Yang Kai said seriously then, "Human sovereign, please wait and see. Let me put it this way. When we leave, if there is a single person left in the city, the human sovereign can take me down with you." At this point, what else could the city of human sovereigns say? It was only because he was unwilling to give up. But now that even the holy tree had made its choice, he had no other choice. Without the holy tree, the city of human sovereign would no longer be the city of human sovereign. He asked weakly, "When does Lord Yang wish to depart?" Seeing that he had finally compromised, Yang Kai also let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to fall out with the royal family. After all, he still had to rely on them when he went out, and it wouldn't be good for either of them to have a bad relationship. However, he also knew that if he did that, the royal family would not have a good impression of him. He didn't mind. In any case, when they were outside, the great emperors would be there to intimidate them. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, the sooner the better. It would be best if the human sovereign could give the order now and let the people in the city prepare. The human sovereign nodded and said, "All right, I will give the order now. In 3 days, we will leave this realm with Lord Yang." "Thank you, human sovereign." Yang Kai cupped his hands. The human sovereign left with a group of royal family members and royal guards. Yang Kai stayed behind to talk to the holy tree for a while before leaving. He didn't take the holy tree away. After all, the people in the city of human sovereign hadn't left yet, and they still needed its protection for the time being. The original guest room had been destroyed, so Zhou Yuchuan personally came over to arrange a new room for Yang Kai before leaving. Although he was injured by the embodiment before, it wasn't a big deal. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and because the human sovereign agreed to Yang Kai's conditions, he seemed to be in high spirits and was looking forward to the outside world. There were hundreds of thousands of residents in the city of human sovereign, so it was impossible for them to evacuate immediately. The human sovereign needed to make an announcement, and the residents also needed to pack up. 3 days was not too much, not too little. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he went to the small sealed world first. Somewhere in the small sealed world, he marked out a territory for the hundreds of thousands of people in the city of human sovereign to live in. After these people entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't plan to let them out. After all, it wasn't easy to find a place to house hundreds of thousands of people, but the small sealed world was different. Yang Kai was the ruler of this world, so it was easy to arrange. With a single thought, the earth rose and fell, and a new city suddenly appeared in the open wilderness. At first glance, it looked quite similar to the human sovereign city, but Yang Kai also designed it himself. From time to time, Yang Kai withdrew from the small sealed world and swept the human sovereign city with his divine sense, observing the layout of the human sovereign city before entering the small sealed world to complete the construction of the new city. In less than 2 days, the new human sovereign city was basically completed. The city was located in a fertile land, and there were other cities nearby, ensuring that the residents of the human sovereign city wouldn't feel so lonely after moving in. At night, while he was renovating the new human sovereign city, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Sweeping the door with his divine sense, Yang Kai showed a strange expression, stopped what he was doing and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a beautiful figure walked in, carrying a food box in her hand. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside. The person turned around and closed the door, then bowed to Yang Kai and said softly, "Lord Yang?" "Princess Yu." Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. "What brings you here so late?" The person who came was the seventh princess of the human sovereign city, Fuyu. Among the imperial family, her aptitude was extremely good, and she was now a wizard king, but a low-rank wizard king. There was still a gap between her and the third prince. Fuyu seemed to have specially dressed up today. She looked even more beautiful than usual. She wore a light green dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her snow-white breasts were faintly discernible. Her white arms were exposed, as if she had just taken a bath. Her beautiful hair was still slightly damp, causing one's imagination to run wild and fanciful. Hearing this question, Fuyu smiled and walked over with the food box. Kneeling in front of Yang Kai, she opened the food box and took out the food one by one, saying, "You saw that Master hadn't come out for a few days, so she personally cooked some food and brought it over. I hope Master doesn't dislike it." When she took the plates, her body was slightly bent, so Yang Kai could see a large part of her chest with a casual glance. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was she using the soft approach when the hard approach didn't work? He also knew that the human sovereign city wouldn't continue to pester him about leaving this world. It was just that the human sovereign city was probably worried that he would be treated harshly if he went out, so they used this method to establish a good relationship with him. Otherwise, why would Princess Fuyu do such a thing? Not to mention the fact that he and Princess Fuyu weren't on good terms before. Thinking of this, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Princess Yu is considerate. I didn't expect Princess Yu to have such culinary skills." Fuyu looked up at him and smiled. "I'm afraid it won't be to Master's liking." As she spoke, she picked up the wine pot and filled Yang Kai's cup. She stretched out her hand and said, "Master, please have a taste." Yang Kai picked up his chopsticks and casually picked up a bit, then took a sip of wine. Naturally, he wasn't stingy with his praise. Hearing this, Fuyu smiled brightly and eagerly poured wine and picked up food. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere in the room was harmonious. Fuyu saw that Yang Kai didn't put on any airs and was easy to get along with, so she boldly asked, "Master, what is the outside world like?" Yuer has never been to the outside world, so I'm a little curious, but also a little afraid. Yang Kai put down his chopsticks and smiled. "What are you afraid of?" Fuyu pouted and said with a girlish expression, "They say that there are many very powerful people out there, and they will start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Yuer's cultivation is low, so I don't know if I can protect myself outside." Yang Kai laughed. "There are indeed many powerful people out there, and there are many cases of people starting a fight at the slightest disagreement." Fuyu's expression immediately changed. "Is that so?" Yang Kai said, "But Princess Yu, you don't have to worry. Your cultivation is above average in the outside world, so you still have the ability to protect yourself." Above average? That's not high. Fuyu's face was full of worry. Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Don't worry, when your royal family goes outside, there will naturally be strong people following by your side to take care of you. They will definitely not let anything happen to you." Fuyu's bright and beautiful eyes blinked. "Why?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, looking unfathomable. Fuyu gritted her teeth, but she couldn't force him. She could only keep pouring wine, as if she was hoping to get Yang Kai drunk and then get some useful information from him. Yang Kai wouldn't get drunk so easily. He ate all the side dishes and drank all the wine without changing his expression. Helpless, Fuyu could only say, "It's late. Does Lord Yang want to rest?" When she said this, she lowered her head, as if she didn't dare to look into Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai stared deeply at her, making her feel uncomfortable. He then said, "Princess, you should also go back and rest." Fuyu felt as if she had been pardoned. She stood up and tidied up the dishes. She bowed and said, "Then Yuer will take her leave." She turned around and ran out. "Princess Yu," Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Fuyu's delicate body trembled. She turned around and forced out a smile. "Master, do you have any other orders?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "I don't dare to say anything about the outside world, but there are countless young talents. I believe that Princess Yu will be able to find a suitable husband outside." Fuyu was startled. Yang Kai's words evoked a sense of anticipation. She smiled and said, "Then I'll take advantage of Master's auspicious words." She left the room, closed the door, and quickly left. Not long after, in the human sovereign's bedroom, Fuyu went to report the results of this trip. Hearing that Yang Kai had no intention of keeping Fuyu to accompany him, the human sovereign couldn't help but sigh. Fuyu's late-night visit was naturally his arrangement. He knew nothing about the outside world and could only rely on Yang Kai. He naturally wanted to tie the royal family and Yang Kai together, and the only thing he could use was his beauty. If he could make Fuyu and Yang Kai work together tonight, then he wouldn't have to worry about Yang Kai not taking care of the royal family. Unfortunately, that guy wasn't tempted, making the human sovereign feel rather helpless. Father, I don't think that Lord Yang is an evil person. Bringing us out may not be a bad thing. The human sovereign said, he's using every possible means to bring our royal family out of this world. He must be plotting something against us. It's just that even I can't guess what he's thinking. I was hoping that you could go and investigate, but you didn't find out anything. Your daughter is incompetent. Fuyu bit her red lips. Forget it. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. When we're outside, we'll naturally know what he's trying to do. The human sovereign sighed and waved his hand. You may leave. Chapter 3403. 3 days passed in a flash, and on the square of the human sovereign city, hundreds of thousands of people gathered from all directions with their families. In front of Yang Kai, a pitch-black tunnel entrance floated quietly in the air, like an invisible beast opening its bloody maw. No matter how many people walked in, they were all swallowed up. This entrance was naturally the entrance to the sealed world bead. Manifesting this entrance was for convenience's sake. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have to take the hundreds of thousands of people into the sealed world bead one by one. Letting them walk in by themselves was naturally much more convenient. The eyes of the group from the imperial family were full of curiosity, constantly lingering on the entrance. Obviously, they wanted to know what the hell this thing was that could swallow so many people, but since Yang Kai didn't want to say, they couldn't ask. Time passed by. It took Yang Kai a full day and night to arrange for all the residents of the human sovereign city. After entering the sealed world bead, they would naturally appear in the new human sovereign city. This was a city built by Yang Kai himself, and its defenses were impregnable. These hundreds of thousands of people would live in the sealed world bead in the future and would no longer be affected by the strange world principles of the reincarnation world. A group of the imperial family and the Emperor Realm's residents were also taken in, but Yang Kai placed them in another place. The war between the two worlds still required their help, so the final destination of their journey was naturally not the sealed world bead. The divine tree was transplanted to the medicine garden by Yang Kai, forming a triangle with the immortal tree and the firmament tree. When everything was ready, the city was already empty. The reincarnation world, which had not changed for more than 100,000 years, had changed today because of the arrival of Yang Kai. Yang Kai leapt up and flew off in the direction of Demon Fury City. The exit to this world was close to Demon Fury City. Another day later, Yang Kai arrived above Demon's Fury City, lowered his head, and summoned the endless devouring abyss before pointing his finger down. Bow Wow's eyes lit up. His small body turned into a beam of black light and darted toward the city. A short moment later, the raging demon city was in chaos. Countless demon race members were scrambling to escape, screaming in fear. The return to ruins opened its bloody mouth, and wherever it passed, the demon race was completely wiped out. They were all swallowed into its stomach. It was like the nemesis of the demon race. Even Demon King-level powerhouses were nothing in front of it, and the strongest in Demon Fury City was only the Demon King. The last time he came here, Yang Kai was in a hurry to find the exit and leave this world, so he didn't have the time to care about the demon race in Demon's Fury City. This time, however, he wouldn't show any mercy. The demon race had already invaded the star boundary. If one day, the demon race of this world had a chance to escape and go to the star boundary, they would only torment the creatures of the star boundary. Return to Ruins wreaked havoc in the city for a day, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. There were still some that escaped, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He grabbed Bow Wow and rushed toward the exit. Just like the last time, a cold wind blew from the entrance, enough to freeze one's soul. Even Yang Kai couldn't withstand this cold wind for long. However, with Bow Wow leading the way, Yang Kai wasn't affected. The cold wind was swallowed into Bow Wow's stomach, disappearing without a trace. Last time, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and the others had also relied on Bow Wow's strength to leave this place. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been traveling in the cold wind before he felt a fluctuation of space force in front of him. Knowing that he had reached the exit, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, picked up Bow Wow, and rushed in. Floating in the void, Yang Kai retraced his steps and once again felt the aura of the star boundary. In other words, the exit of the reincarnation world was not only connected to the star boundary, but also to the demon territory. It was similar to the small world where he found Lan Sun and the others. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that when he left the reincarnation world last time, he went directly to the Western Territory, and the small world that was shattered was also in the Western Territory. Could there be some kind of elusive relationship between the two? If this was the case, he would have to pay close attention to the frozen earth. Otherwise, if the demon race invaded from the frozen earth one day, the Northern Territory would probably become the next Western Territory. Following the aura of the star boundary, Yang Kai tore through space and saw the light again. What he saw caused Yang Kai to furrow his brow. The surrounding land was barren. If that was all, it would be fine. The Western Territory was more desolate than the other territories. But what made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable was that this land was full of demonic chi and had been reduced to a demon land. Not far away, there was a small team of devil clan patrolling. The leader was a devil commander. Yang Kai's appearance had undoubtedly alarmed them, and this demon race squad immediately turned to look at him. The demon commander leading them even grinned at Yang Kai before a blood-red light erupted from his body and his figure flickered as he rushed over. The smell of blood rushed to Yang Kai's face, and this aura seemed to make people uneasy and greatly reduce their courage. Blood demon. This was a common method used by blood demons to deal with enemies, and it often worked wonders. Even if the strength of an opponent was equal, once they were intimidated by this bloody aura, their strength would plummet. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, slowly reached out, and grabbed the blood demon. The blood demon's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes wide, and a look of horror overflowed from his face. He struggled with all his might, but with Yang Kai holding him by the neck, he couldn't move at all. The group of demon soldiers following the blood demon commander suddenly stopped. Even their demon commander was caught by this human in front of them, so how could these demon soldiers be a match for him? Seeking fortune and avoiding disaster was the instinct of every creature, so they would naturally make the wisest choice. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai didn't waste any time and simply squeezed his hand, causing the blood demon to explode into a pool of blood. Yang Kai's Emperor Qi protected his body, so not a single drop of blood touched him. Seeing this, the group of demon soldiers immediately turned around and ran. Yang Kai coldly snorted and slammed his palm down. A huge palm print came down from the sky and smashed the group of demon soldiers into dust. Such a group of existences was naturally nothing in the eyes of the current Yang Kai. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand, but the current situation made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. He didn't use the space beacon, but instead flew into the air and sped all the way. He wanted to see the changes in the Western Territory with his own eyes. It hadn't been long since he left, at most 1 to 2 months, and this was because he had wasted a lot of time searching for the entrance to the reincarnation world in the frozen earth. Otherwise, it would have been even shorter. In a mere 1 to 2 months, the situation in the astral boundary shouldn't have changed too much. After all, the 7 great emperors had already appeared, and it was enough to stabilize the situation. However, there was still a trace of unease in his heart, and he needed to verify it with his own eyes. The more he flew forward, the uglier Yang Kai's expression became. Along the way, all he passed was the demon land. It was as if he didn't return to the astral boundary, but to the demon territory. The demon land's area was so big. Although the demon land's area was not small, it was at most a few 100,000 miles in radius. However, it seemed that it was definitely more than that. Could it be that even the great emperors couldn't stop the development of the situation? The more he investigated, the more shocked Yang Kai became. The demon land's territory was now vast, and the cities and villages he passed by had become a paradise for the demon race. There were also some places where demonic chi soared into the sky. It was visible to the naked eye, and he didn't know what kind of demon existed there. Half a day later, a city appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked at it with full strength and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The city had no traces of being eroded by demonic chi, and it was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would have really thought that he had run into the demon territory. However, Yang Kai soon discovered another situation. 100 miles outside the city, demonic chi converged, and an army of the demon race was setting up camp there. There were countless people, and a rough estimate was that there were hundreds of thousands of them. They were confronting the city from a distance, and there was a faint intention to attack at any time. Even if Yang Kai hadn't entered the city, he could feel the panic of the residents in the city. He frowned slightly and flew straight to the city. Not long after, he arrived outside the city. He glanced around and saw 2 big words engraved above the city gate, Tiger's Roar. This was probably the name of the city. However, at this moment, Tiger's Roar City was in a state of panic. The Great Defender Array had been activated, and there were not many people on the streets in the city. The doors of every house were closed. Only on the city walls, there were cultivators patrolling. When they saw Yang Kai, the patrollers looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy. After seeing that there were no traces of demonic chi on Yang Kai, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." "Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied loudly. Yang Kai was somewhat famous in the 3 territories of the astral boundary, especially in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. It could be said that he was very famous, and everyone knew him. However, in the Western Territory, not many people had heard of him. The cultivator who shouted was obviously from the Western Territory. Naturally, he didn't know who Yang Kai was, but nowadays, there were indeed many cultivators from other territories in the Western Territory. They fought together with the natives of the Western Territory against the invasion of the demon race. The High Heaven Palace also contributed a lot and made a name for themselves. The cultivator who shouted had also heard of him. So when he heard Yang Kai introduce himself like this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, "Master, please wait for a moment. We need to verify your identity before we can let you in." Yang Kai nodded and waited quietly. From time to time, he would look at the situation of the demon race 100 miles away. In less than 30 breaths of time, the shout of the previous person came from the city wall, "Open the array." Immediately, someone held an array plate and shot out a mysterious light. The great city barrier array cracked open, and Yang Kai entered. A person came up to him and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded. The person continued, "Lord Yang, please hurry to the city lord's mansion. Several masters are waiting there for you. They have something important to discuss." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are they?" The person smiled faintly. "It is inconvenient for this humble one to offend the master's name. Lord Yang will know when he arrives." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him. In any case, he would know later. Immediately, under the guidance of another person, he rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 3404. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Roaring Tiger City. This city was slightly smaller than the human sovereign city, but not by much. It was roughly estimated that there were 200,000 to 300,000 residents here. Yang Kai flew along with the cultivator leading the way. Before he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he sensed a few familiar auras. He immediately understood and smiled. After entering the city lord's mansion, he saw a few familiar faces standing there. Li Jiao was the first to greet him and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang?" Gao Shueting nodded slightly at him. Chiguei also grinned. "Since Brother Yang is here, we can rest easy. We can finally have a good night's sleep tonight." The small Roaring Tiger City actually gathered the masters of the Emperor Realm from the 3 territories of the Star Boundary. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 3 more from the Emperor Realm. One was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the other 2 were first-order. However, Yang Kai did not recognize them. Judging from their attire, they should be native cultivators from the Western Territory. They were probably the original rulers of Roaring Tiger City. Yang Kai nodded with a smile and greeted the three of them one by one. Then, he turned his gaze to the three from the Emperor realm that he did not recognize and asked, "These are?" Li Jiao hurriedly pointed to the Second-Order Emperor Realm Master and said, "This is Roaring Tiger City's City Lord, Lin Tong." He then pointed to the other two and said, "These two are Wu Zijin and Ma Yin, Vice City Lords of Roaring Tiger City." Then, he introduced the three of them. "This is the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master Yang that this Li mentioned before." The three of them looked solemn and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." In the world of martial Dao, strength was everything. Among the people present, the three from Roaring Tiger City were not the strongest. Even Li Jiao, a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, was polite to Yang Kai. So how could the three of them dare to slight him? Not to mention, the three of them had heard Li Jiao speak highly of Yang Kai more than once. His reputation was well-deserved, especially now that Roaring Tiger City was besieged by the demon race's army. One more member of the Emperor Realm meant one more power to protect themselves. Among these three people, City Lord Lin Tong and Vice City Lord Wu Zijin were men, while the other Vice City Lord Ma Yin was a woman. She had the unique appearance of a cultivator in the Western Territory. She had a high-nosed bridge, big eyes, a tall figure, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She wore a tight suit, which made her waist but even more eye-catching. In addition to her foreign territory style and the Emperor Realm cultivation, it was easy for people to have the desire to conquer her. Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting, then turned to Li Jiao and asked, "Why are you guys here?" Li Jiao let out a long sigh. "It's a long story. What's the situation?" Yang Kai frowned. "Along the way, I found that the Demon Lands area has expanded a lot. Could it be that the great emperors were unable to control the situation? What's the situation in the Western Territory now?" Gao Shueting said, "Half of the Western Territory has already fallen, and the demon race is still constantly encroaching on the territory of the Western Territory." Yang Kai was shocked. "How is that possible?" Li Jiao said, "The great emperors have already retreated, and the demon race is coming in full force. We are no match for them, so we can only fight and retreat." Yang Kai was stunned. Why did the great emperors retreat? Li Jiao shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I heard that the great emperors had a secret discussion with the demon saint in the demon territory. It seems that they agreed that neither side will make a move, and only the great emperors and the demon saint will fight. So the great emperors won't be able to help us in the war between the two realms." Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Gao Shueting said, "The great emperors had no choice. If they really were to fight with the demon saint, the situation would only be worse. Now that the strongest forces on both sides are restricted, it is for the best." Although her cultivation was not as high as Li Jiao's, she understood more than Li Jiao. The great emperors and the demon saint were existences on the same level. If they really fought, it would definitely cause unimaginable damage to the astral plane. Perhaps the aftermath of the attack would cause countless deaths and injuries to the low-level members of both sides. Moreover, if the demon saint really ran to the depths of the astral plane to commit crimes, even the great emperors would not be able to easily stop it. Now that everyone had agreed not to make a move, it was indeed the best situation, because this would be beneficial to the astral plane. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became slightly better, and he said in a deep voice, "It is not difficult to understand why the great emperors are willing to do this, but why would the demon saint agree to this? This is tantamount to binding one's hands and feet." Gao Shueting said, "The demon saint is not confident that he can win against the great emperors. Moreover, they already regard the astral plane as their own territory, so they are naturally unwilling to cause more damage." Wild ambitions. Yang Kai snorted coldly, paused, and said, "In that case, we can only rely on ourselves now?" "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. "Moreover, because too much of the Western Territory has been occupied, the front line has been stretched infinitely. The reinforcements from the three territories have been scattered, so the few of us are in charge of this place." Yang Kai understood. He was wondering why the three of them were here before, but now it seemed that they had no choice. The front line had been stretched, so the reinforcements from the three territories naturally had to be dealt with separately. Gathering in one place was indeed powerful, but it could not stop the movements of the demon race. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "When we came here, I saw the demon race's army stationed 100 kilometers away, and there are at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. Can Roaring Tiger City resist them?" Li Jiao smiled bitterly. "If we rely on the power of the array and gather the strength of the entire city and the reinforcements brought by the three of us, we will probably have a 50 to 50 chance." It was not that he was overestimating the enemy's morale and belittling his own, but the demon race's army was too large. Roaring Tiger City only had a few 100,000 people, but not all of them could fight the demon race. Most of them did not have any combat ability at all, and were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. "How many people can be mobilized here?" Yang Kai asked. "At most, there are only 50,000 people. 50,000 against 300,000 to 400,000 was indeed a huge difference. Yang Kai could certainly set up a spatial array, but in the current situation, he probably could not summon any reinforcements from other places. If Roaring Tiger City was already like this, the situation in other places should not be optimistic either. "How many people from the Emperor Realm do we have?" Yang Kai asked again. Li Jiao said, "Apart from the few of us, there are 4 more in the city." Yang Kai nodded. That was to say, there were a total of 11 people from the Emperor Realm in the city. In terms of high-end combat power, they should not be inferior to the human race. Although the demon race had 300,000 to 400,000 people, there should not be too many Demon King, so it was not impossible to fight them. What's more, although he seemed to be alone, in fact, the masters of the human sovereign city were all in the small sealed world. The vice city lord, Wu Zijin, suddenly spoke, "Everyone, Roaring Tiger City may not be safe. Shouldn't we make plans early?" Everyone turned their heads and looked at him. Yang Kai asked, "Brother Wu, what's your plan?" Wu Zijin smiled faintly and said, "You flatter me. It's just that the demon race has many people while our Roaring Tiger City is few. If the city is really breached, I'm afraid the hundreds of thousands of people in the city will not be able to survive. What this Wu means is to arrange for them to leave as soon as possible, lest they be slaughtered by the demon race." Li Jiao frowned and said, "Brother Wu, the battle hasn't started yet, and the demon race is still 100 kilometers away. Why do you look like we've already lost? Before, our chances of winning were 50-50, but now that Brother Yang is here, our chances of winning are 80-20. Forget about hundreds of thousands of people from the demon race, so what if there are 1,000,000 of them?" He was a little annoyed. He and the others had rushed over from the 3 territories of the East, South, and North to support the Western Territory in order to alleviate the situation in the Western Territory and prevent the invasion of the demon race. His helpers hadn't even said anything yet, but Wu Zijin, the city lord of Roaring Tiger City, had already given up before the battle, which naturally made him a little annoyed. If he really did as Wu Zijin said, then he would definitely be in a mess. At that time, who should he arrange for people to evacuate, and who should stay behind to defend against the enemy? It would definitely be troublesome. He didn't want to have internal strife before the demon race arrived. Wu Zijin hurriedly said, "Master Li, please don't be angry. I just said it casually. If Master Li thinks it's inappropriate, then this Wu is just joking." Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, "It's better not to make such jokes." Wu Zijin looked embarrassed and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Ma Yin's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Kai a few more times. She didn't expect Li Jiao to hold Yang Kai in such high esteem. The 50-50 situation became 80-20 just because of one person's arrival. Was this possible? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, City Lord Lin Tong hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over and said, "The demon race hasn't arrived yet, so I think it's better to monitor the situation over there for the time being. If they really do make a move, we'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way." Li Jiao nodded and said, "City Lord Lin is right." Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai and said, "It would be even better if we could get some more reinforcements. With our current strength, it's still a little difficult to deal with the demon race." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll take care of this." Even if Gao Shueting didn't say this, Yang Kai had already planned to give it a try. It would be best if they could get reinforcements, but if they couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he had to make arrangements for the great wizard he brought back. Since he had brought them back, he naturally had to do his best. However, there were still 20 to 30 members of the royal family, and 4 or 5 of them were great wizards. He couldn't arrange for all of them to be stationed in Roaring Tiger City. Yang Kai made a new space spirit bead and handed it to Gao Shueting. He then reminded her, "If there's any movement on the demon race's side, inform me immediately." Understood. Gao Shueting nodded seriously and put the space spirit bead on her wrist. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Tong and the others were dumbfounded by this miraculous method. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, outside another city, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Before he could react, a violent force had already engulfed him, making him feel as if his body was floating and he couldn't control it. Yang Kai was shocked. Although this force wasn't as strong as the great emperor's, it was at least at the level of a false emperor. He hurriedly circulated his emperor's qi and slapped out with his palm. With a boom, a surging force overflowed and sent him flying 1,000 feet away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but his palm hurt. Looking up, a tall and sturdy figure had already charged over. It was a demon that was as tall as an iron tower. The aura emitted from his body was several times stronger than that of a demon king. His eyes were glaring with anger, and he looked ferocious. A false emperor-level demon race? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 3405. Space principles fluctuated as a figure appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched forward, forcing the false emperor demon race to retreat. The figure then turned around and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Wuyi. Yang Kai was not surprised. After all, he had used the space spirit bead to teleport to Li Wuyi's side. Who would have thought that he would encounter Li Wuyi in a fierce battle with the demon race's masters and accidentally get involved in the battle? "I'm fine." Yang Kai cracked his neck and slowly shook his head. Li Wuyi said, "Retreat to the side first. I'll talk to you later." Saying so, he once again pounced on the demon race. In an instant, the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Li Wuyi was known as the strongest person in the star boundary below the great emperors and possessed the space divine technique. Even among the false emperors, he was an existence that looked down on all heroes. Although the demon race was extremely powerful, he was obviously not a match for him. However, this demon race should be a power demon. He was strong, had thick skin, and had outstanding defense. Although Li Wuyi had the upper hand, he could not do anything to him for the time being. Not only were these two masters fighting to the death, but on the vast battlefield, nearly 1,000,000 star boundary cultivators and the demon race were fiercely fighting, with people falling to the ground at every moment. 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, a city stood with a dazzling spirit array. Yang Kai understood that the situation here was not much different from Roaring Tiger City. Both sides were defending the city, but the battle here had already broken out, unlike Roaring Tiger City, where the demon race was still eyeing the city covetously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai naturally could not just stand by and watch. He quickly summoned the myriad sword and charged into the enemy, cutting down the demon race wherever he went. The scale of the demon race here was much larger than that of the Roaring Tiger City. There were also more experts, and there were even fake emperors. However, there was only one of them. The rest were all Demon King. With Yang Kai's current strength, he naturally didn't fear the Demon King-level demon race. He single-handedly slaughtered his way in and out of the demon race's camp. Almost no one could stop him. Half a day later, both sides finally beat the gong to retreat. Countless corpses were left on the ground. While the astral plane side had suffered great losses, the demon race's side did not fare well either. It could be said that both sides had suffered great losses. Li Wuyi had no intention of pursuing them. After all, he didn't have the upper hand, so he ordered his troops to return to the city and rest. Inside the city lord's mansion, Li Wuyi cleaned himself up and changed into a clean set of clothes. Only then did he have the time to speak with Yang Kai. "Senior, what is the situation with the great emperors?" Yang Kai was eager to know what kind of agreement the great emperors and the demon saint had reached. Unexpectedly, Both sides' strongest forces were biding their time. Li Wui asked, "You heard the news?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I just came from Roaring Tiger City. I saw Li Jiao, Senior Sister Gao, and the others." Li Wui said, "Then they must have explained the reason to you." "Well, the general reason is similar to what they said." "There are other reasons?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Li Wui said, "The other reason is because of the Bright Moon Master." "Please enlighten me, Senior," Yang Kai said solemnly. Li Wui sighed. "The Bright Moon Master seems to be trapped somewhere in the demon territory. The demon saints said that if the great emperors dare to make a move, they will turn back to the demon territory and deal with the Bright Moon Master first. On the other hand, if the great emperors wait and see, they will not act rashly." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. "So, this proposal was first proposed by the demon territory?" Li Wui said, "Yes, the great emperors were forced to do so. The Bright Moon Master was trapped in the demon territory in order to free the other three masters. His noble character and unquestionable integrity are amazing. At this time, the Bright Moon Master is in trouble, so the other masters naturally cannot sit idly by. If they really force the Demon Saint to deal with the Bright Moon Master, I'm afraid that no matter how strong the Bright Moon Master is, it will end in tragedy. After all, that is the demon territory." Yang Kai looked puzzled. But what good does the Demon Saint's proposal have for them? They came to invade the star boundary, so why would they bind their hands and feet? They could have gathered their strength and dealt with the great emperors first, or even captured them. Wouldn't they have a greater advantage then? Li Wui slowly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the whole story. Although he could obtain some information that others didn't know, his knowledge was limited. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "What were the great emperor's original intentions? Were they happy to see it happen, or were they forced to stop?" "Let's go with the flow," Li Wui replied. "What if the Bright Moon Master can escape?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "It's difficult." "What if?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. Li Wui said, "There is always a demon behind this. Although the Demon Saint's proposal is beneficial to the star boundary, it is definitely more beneficial to the demon territory. If the Bright Moon Master can really escape, I believe the great emperors will take action again. It's just that no one knows what the demon territory is planning, not even the great emperors." Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he fell into deep thought. Li Wui said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. The great emperors will worry about the Bright Moon Master. They will definitely find a way to deal with it. As for you, didn't you say you went to the Frozen Earth? Why are you back so soon? How did it go?" Yang Kai grinned. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Li Wui's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Where?" Yang Kai waved his hand, and figures immediately appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people in the hall. After the human sovereign and the others appeared, they were naturally at a loss, not understanding their situation. Li Wui looked at them with shining eyes and asked excitedly, "Are they all?" He knew what Yang Kai was doing in the Frozen Earth, so when he saw hundreds of people, he thought they were all great wizards. Yang Kai laughed. "Only the royal family is. There are probably less than 20 of them. The others are not." The human sovereign and the others were confused, but when they heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Li Wui, they all turned their heads to look. Yang Kai looked at them and said, "Everyone, this is the outside world, but the situation may be a little different from what you think. This world is now suffering from the demon race, so I may need your help to fight against the demon race, especially the royal family." The human sovereign's mouth twitched when he heard this. He already knew that Yang Kai didn't have good intentions when he went to the human sovereign city, but he couldn't figure out what Yang Kai's intentions were. Only now did he understand. It turned out that the outside world was no better than the reincarnation world. This place had already been invaded by the demon race. Yang Kai went to the human sovereign city and forcibly took the royal family away, undoubtedly because he wanted the royal family's holy technique. However, no one had a bigger fist. Even though the human sovereign was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was no longer the human sovereign city, and it was not his territory. He said with a bleak expression, "Lord Yang, don't worry, the royal family will do our best." Yang Kai immediately showed a satisfied smile. He originally planned to use reason and force if the human sovereign didn't listen, but he didn't expect them to be so smart. It saved him a lot of trouble. Senior, I'll leave these people to you. You can do whatever you want with them. I'll go take a look at the High Heaven Palace's situation, Yang Kai said, then left. Li Wu-yi was a fake emperor. He definitely had a way to subdue these people in the human sovereign city. Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much. He was only responsible for bringing them out. After giving his instructions, he immediately activated a space spirit bead on his wrist and disappeared instantly. The front line in the Western Territory was very long. He didn't know what the situation was with the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements, so he naturally had to go take a look. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in another city, next to Shuiyu. Seeing him suddenly appear, Shuiyu was naturally surprised and called for the Shanqing Luo. After asking a little, he understood the situation here. As he expected, the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements had also occupied a city in the Western Territory. They were working together with the cultivator of this city to fight against the demon race army besieging the city. However, the situation here was much better than Roaring Tiger City and Li Wu-yi's, because not only were there 6 Monster Kings here, but there were also people from Ice Heart Valley. The 6 Monster Kings were the ones who served in the High Heaven Palace before. There were 3 men and 3 women, each comparable to a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. Coupled with Ice Heart Valley's the Emperor Realm, the lineup could be described as luxurious. Moreover, the number of cultivators in this city was not small. They could mobilize as many as 100,000 people. Just half a day ago, the two sides clashed once. The Star Boundary side won a great victory, killing tens of thousands of people from the demon race and forcing the demon race to retreat 100 kilometers. However, the demon race did not withdraw. They were probably waiting for reinforcements to make a comeback. But in the current situation, if the demon race did not dispatch a fake emperor, it would be impossible for them to do anything to this city. The 6 Monster Kings alone were equivalent to 100,000 demon race soldiers. After understanding the situation, Yang Kai felt a little relieved. He did not have to worry about the High Heaven Palace's reinforcements for the time being, but he needed to pay more attention to Roaring Tiger City. Perhaps there were other cities in the same situation as Roaring Tiger City, but he did not care so much. Roaring Tiger City was because Li Jiao and Gao Shueting were there. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to pay attention to it. The Great Emperors would coordinate and dispatch the Great Emperors. Although the Great Emperors could not act rashly because of the agreement with the Demon Saint, it was not a problem for them to stay behind and plan strategies. The fighting on the battlefield seemed to have made Su Yin and the others grow up a lot. Their auras were much more stable than before. While he was talking to the 3 women, the door was suddenly kicked open. A beautiful figure wrapped in a cold aura rushed in, her beautiful eyes looking coldly at Yang Kai. Su Yin and the others turned to look at her, then looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coughed softly, feeling a little embarrassed. Yu Ru Ming put away the coldness on her face and said with a gentle smile, "Sisters, can you leave for a moment? Elder sister has something to talk to him alone." Shanqing Luo glanced at her and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you want to talk alone?" Shuiyu nodded and said, "That's right. We're family. There's nothing my husband can't let us know." The 2 women had a deep hostility toward Yu Ru Ming. No one knew how she got together with Yang Kai. Previously, she was inseparable from him. Now that Yang Kai had just arrived, she actually came looking for him. Chapter 3406. If they could beat her, Shuiyu and Shanqing Luo would definitely teach this woman a lesson. But she had the cultivation of the Emperor realm. The 2 women were really not her opponent, not to mention she was a disciple of the great emperors of the Flower Shadow realm. But so what if she was a disciple of the great emperors? It was not easy to enter the Yang family's door. Su Yin suddenly said lightly, "Since elder sister Li has something to discuss with her husband, let's leave first." Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu heard this and looked at her in amazement. They didn't expect Su Yin to compromise so easily. But the 2 women were obedient to Su Yin. Since Su Yin had already spoken, they could only leave even if they were unwilling. Before Shanqing Luo left, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai with a bitter look. Yang Kai looked up at the roof ridge, and pretended not to see it. After the three women left, Yu Ming waved her hand and closed the door. She looked at Yang Kai and chuckled. You dumped me. She was obviously talking about how Yang Kai had left her behind when he went to the frozen earth. At that time, when she found out that she had been abandoned by Yang Kai, she almost exploded with anger, but she was smart enough to follow Su Yin and the others because she knew that as long as Yang Kai came back, he wouldn't necessarily go looking for the others, he would definitely come looking for Su Yin and the others. Today, as soon as she noticed Yang Kai's aura, she immediately rushed over. At this moment, although she had a smile on her face, her anger was surging. Yang Kai didn't speak and reached out to pour himself a cup of tea. Yu Ming took a few steps forward and snatched the teacup. She splashed the tea out and then slammed the cup on the table, making a thud. Yang Kai looked up and glared at her. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Yu Ming gritted her teeth and said, You actually dumped me. Yang Kai said, So what? I didn't agree to take you with me. It was you who wanted to follow me. Besides, I've already dumped you. What do you want now? Yu Ming frowned and said, Why are you being so fierce to me? Yang Kai groaned. What's so strange about being fierce to you? It's not the first time. As he spoke, he poured himself another cup of tea. Yu Ming snatched the teacup again and threw it on the ground. Yang Kai was furious and cursed, bitch. You'd better restrain yourself. If you continue to be like this, I won't be polite to you. Yu Ming sneered. Then I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite to me. Did he want to hit a woman? Come on, give it a try. She put her hands on her waist, raised her head and puffed out her chest as she approached Yang Kai. She looked at him from the side and said, Fight me if you have the guts. Yang Kai was furious. He grabbed her arm, twisted her around, and threw her directly onto his lap. Turning her back to him, he raised his hand and viciously slapped her. *Pa. Yu Ming's body suddenly stiffened. Her slender neck straightened, and her head swayed a few times. She didn't react for a long time. It seemed that her mind had stopped working. After a while, she turned her head mechanically and looked at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. You dare hit my butt? *Pa. Yang Kai slapped her again with a ferocious expression. Both slaps were very forceful, but Yu Ming was really stunned by the first slap. She had never thought that one day she would be spanked by someone, and by a man at that. Only now did she feel the pain, and her eyes immediately became watery. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her throat issued a painful moan. Outside the house, Su Yin looked up at the moon while Shanxing Luo and Shuiyu listened attentively. After the two slaps, Shanxing Luo immediately sneered. Kill her. Kill this vixen. Shuiyu also looked excited. Shameless. You deserve to be beaten to death. Are you still going to make a scene? Yang Kai raised his hand and pretended to slap Yu Ming as he asked. Yu Ming gritted her teeth and struggled, but Yang Kai's space principles were fluctuating, so how could she break free? Tightly bound to Yang Kai's thighs, maintaining an extremely shameful posture, Yu Ming angrily shouted, Either you kill me today, or I won't let you off. You still dare to be stubborn. Yang Kai slapped her again, causing Yu Ming's face to pale. It was obvious how strong he was. As he slapped her, he scolded, You shrew. Who told you to make a scene in front of me? Who told you to break my cup? Every time she said a word, he would slap her. Every time she said a word, he would slap her. At first, Yu Ming was still clamoring, saying that she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai, but after a while, she stopped. Her proud head lowered and she lay motionless on Yang Kai's thighs. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water falling to the ground could be heard. Only then did Yang Kai stop and look down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Ming, this shrew, was crying because of him. He was too embarrassed to slap her again. If this woman continued to clamor, he really wouldn't stop. But now that she was crying, it was a bit of a headache. Did he have to be like this? Reaching out and scratching his head, Yang Kai's original anger had already disappeared. He gently poked Yu Ming's face with his finger and said, If you have something to say it properly. Why are you crying? Yu Ming turned her head to the other side and ignored him. She just sobbed. her tears dripping to the ground as if they were free. "Don't cry." Yang Kai comforted. "I naturally have my reasons for dumping you. The place I'm going to is very dangerous. If I take you there, what if an accident happens?" As he spoke, he covered her round buttocks with his big hands and urged his emperor Qi to rub them. Just now, he had slapped her more than a dozen times and didn't hold back. Her buttocks were probably swollen. While healing her wounds, Yang Kai said, "You're too much. You're always throwing tantrums at me and saying that you want to die with me. How can there be a woman like you in this world? If all men were like you, how could they live? If you have something to say in the future, we can talk it out. I'm an impulsive person. What happened just now is my fault. I'll apologize to you. Don't take it to heart. If you can talk it out, just say something. If you feel angry, I'll give you a beating. You can do whatever you want." After chattering for a while, Yu Ruming just cried and didn't respond at all. Yang Kai also lost his patience. He stopped his movements and said lightly, "What do you want? Tell me. Don't be so silent." Yu Ruming was silent for a while and suddenly muttered, "What?" Yang Kai turned his ear. "Don't stop." This time, he finally heard it clearly. Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he realize what she meant. Laughing involuntarily, he once again covered her perfectly round buttocks with his big hands, slowly rubbing them. This request wasn't impossible to satisfy. Damn, this shrew's personality wasn't that good, but her figure was first class. The amazing elasticity in his hands really made him forget to leave. The crying gradually stopped. Yu Ruming's body was a little twisted, not knowing whether it was because of pain or itch. Her breathing became slightly rapid and her pale face slowly turned red. Suddenly, she asked, "You just said that you were afraid of danger and threw me away. Is that true?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Why would I lie to you? That place is one of the forbidden areas of the star boundary. Even the great emperors can't go to the core. The dragon race was once buried there. It's extremely dangerous." Yu Ruming said softly, "Then why didn't you tell me before? Instead, you threw me away without a word." Yang Kai explained, "Is there any use in telling you? You definitely won't listen. Instead of arguing with you, it's better to do it first." Yu Ruming didn't say anything. Apparently, she also accepted this explanation. Yang Kai's hands, on the other hand, did not behave themselves. While one hand was rubbing her breasts, the other hand unscrupulously passed through Yu Ruming's collar. After encountering a token resistance, there was no more resistance. "Does it still hurt?" Yang Kai held his hands and asked with a comfortable face. Yu Ruming slowly shook her head. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai asked again. No. I can give you a good check." Yang Kai chuckled. "No need." Yu Ruming's breathing was extremely heavy. Outside the room, Shanqing Luo's face was ashen, and Shui Yu's expression was not any better. The good show they were looking forward to didn't happen, and the fox spirit wasn't killed. Instead, they kissed and got up, which made the two women a little crazy. Shanqing Luo turned her head and looked at Su Yin. "Big sister, the man in the house is being seduced by this fox spirit. Why don't you do something?" Su Yin smiled slightly and said, "Let's go." Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu were dumbfounded. Before they could react, Su Yin had already walked away. Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Suddenly, they raised their hands and slammed forward. Although the two women's cultivations were not at the Emperor realm, they were both Dao Source realm cultivators now. With this attack, a big hole immediately appeared in the room and dust flew everywhere. Accompanied by Shanqing Luo's giggles, the two women darted out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, Yang Kai hugged Yu Ruming and moved freely, avoiding falling planks, his expression twitching. At this moment, a space fluctuation spread out and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he frowned and said loudly, "I'm going to Roaring Tiger City. Send me a message if there's anything. Be careful." Su Yan's voice responded. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Yu Ruming in his arms. "Come with me?" Yu Ruming nodded meekly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and urged the space principles. With a flash of light, he disappeared. Back in Roaring Tiger City, the whole city was in a state of panic. Yang Kai and Yu Ming appeared beside Gao Shueting together, but at this moment, Gao Shueting was no longer in the city lord's mansion. Instead, she was at a city gate. This place was noisy and noisy. Gao Shueting's face was gloomy and ugly. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, Gao Shueting turned her head and glanced at him, then looked at Yu Ming in his arms and nodded slightly. What's going on? Yang Kai glanced around and asked blankly. He actually saw a lot of people confronting each other at the city gate. A group of people were dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses, obviously of high status. A group of people were disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 3407. The demon race has dispatched their troops, Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai frowned. If the demon race has dispatched their troops, then we should prepare for battle. What are they doing here? Gao Shueting pointed to the front. They want to escape from the city. Yang Kai's brow twitched. At this time, he knew a little about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although there were many cultivators from the Emperor Realm in the city, there were definitely not many of them, and Li Jiao was the only third-order Emperor Realm Master. The number of people that could be mobilized in the city was no more than 50,000, but the demon race outside had 340,000 cultivators. Since they were outnumbered, they had to rely on the Roaring Tiger City's city barrier array to have a glimmer of hope. In other words, the city barrier array could not be damaged. At this critical juncture when the demon race was dispatching their troops, there were still people who wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this tantamount to tearing a hole in Roaring Tiger City's greatest defense? Although the barrier could still be closed, who knew what would happen when it was opened? What's more, this was the time when the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City were working together to defend against the enemy. Yet such a group of people wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this a case of chaos? No wonder Gao Shueting would lead a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to confront this group of people here. Gao Shueting obviously knew that the city barrier array must not be opened at this time. Who are these people? Yang Kai glanced at the group of people with disgust. There were a lot of them, at least a few hundred of them, and many of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, he did not see anyone from the Emperor Realm. There are 5 great families in Roaring Tiger City. These are all from the 5 great families. Families? Yang Kai snorted coldly. There were countless families like this in the entire star boundary. Generally speaking, these families had good positions in their respective cities and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They probably had the intention to leave long ago, but they had not made up their minds until the demon race invaded. Presumably, they felt that Roaring Tiger City could not be defended, so they wanted to escape in advance. Open the array. Quickly open the formation and let us leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What's the point of wasting time with them? If they don't open the array, we'll just snatch the array disk. A group of people were standing below the city walls, shouting at a certain Dao Source Realm cultivator on top of the city walls. That Dao Source Realm cultivator should be one of the people in charge of the spirit array, as he controlled the array plate that controlled the city defending array. At this moment, he was standing on top of the city walls, looking down with an awkward expression on his face. He kept cupping his fists and bowing. Patriarchs, please don't make things difficult for this old master. If you want to leave the city, please go to the city lord's master. As long as you bring me the city lord's personal order, this old master will immediately open the spirit array. Otherwise, this old master cannot do this. The demon race has invaded, and the city lord master is currently dealing with this matter. How would he have the time to care about us? Don't be long-winded. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to activate the array. Otherwise, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship. As the words fell, the hundreds of people showed a covetous look, as if they would really attack if they didn't open the spirit array. The face of the old man in charge of the city defending array changed drastically. Although he was also a Dao Source Realm cultivator, how could he fight against so many people from the 5 great families? If they really attacked, he would be chopped into meat paste in the blink of an eye. A trace of hesitation flashed across his face, but he had already made up his mind. Although the City Lord Master would definitely blame him if he opened the spirit array and let them leave, It was better than being killed here by the 5 great families. Taking out the array disc from his space ring, he was about to open the spirit array when a figure suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. The figure raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. The old man was startled and turned his head to look, only to see a handsome young man standing to the side. Before he could react, the array disc in his hand had already been taken away. The old man was horrified. He knew that this young man's cultivation was definitely far above his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so slow to react. He hurriedly asked, "You are High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "Old sir, please rest." The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this. His heart settled, and he immediately retreated to the side. Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the hundreds of people below to hear clearly. Seeing that the array disc had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, the hundreds of people frowned. The leaders glanced at each other, and a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion walked out and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Lord Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't ask his name. In any case, he must be the patriarch of one of the 5 great families. Yang Kai's casual attitude displeased the hundreds of people below, but they also knew that he had the capital to do so. After all, he was the palace master of the Emperor realm, so they naturally didn't dare to show their displeasure. On the surface, they still said politely, "We from the 5 great families would like to leave Roaring Tiger City and seek a chance of survival in this troubled world. Lord Yang, please grant us our wish." Yang Kai played with the array disc in his hand and said lightly, "Leaving Roaring Tiger City will give you a chance of survival? Do you know what the situation outside is now?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I know that Roaring Tiger City is in danger. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave anymore." Yang Kai said, "Since you don't know, then I'll tell you. The demon race has invaded on a large scale. More than half of the Western territory has been occupied, and the battle line has been stretched infinitely. Countless cities are surrounded by the demon race's army. While you and I are talking, a war may break out. Even if you can leave Roaring Tiger City, I'm afraid you won't be able to go far before you fall into the hands of the demon race. When that time comes, your life will be worse than death, so it's better to stay and fight the demon race together." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. They really didn't know what the situation outside was. The demon race's invasion hadn't been for a long time. Only 2 months had passed at most. In this chaotic world, how could news spread so quickly? Only Yang Kai, who could freely travel to various places, knew more than others when he went to the city where Li Wui and the High Heaven Palace were. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that half of the Western territory had fallen, they were naturally shocked. The middle-aged man was absent-minded for a while. Then he forced a smile and said, "Lord Yang, you don't have to be an alarmist." Yang Kai sneered and said, "I'm an alarmist? Is it necessary? What this palace master said is true. It's up to you to believe it or not." The middle-aged man suddenly fell silent. After a while, he said, "Even so, we still hope to leave Roaring Tiger City." "You insist on leaving?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. The middle-aged man's palms were sweating under his stare, but he still forced himself to nod. "I'm afraid we can't do as you wish." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "The demon race is invading, and the city defense array is the key. Before the war is over, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave, you can. It's not too late to talk about it after the war is over." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "By the time the war is over, Roaring Tiger City will have fallen. How can we survive?" Yang Kai immediately looked up and found that the person who shouted was a well-dressed young man riding a tall horse in the crowd. He was a young master from an unknown family. He said coldly, "The demon race invaded the Western territory and poisoned the creatures of the Western territory. The cultivators of the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories came to your aid under the call of the great emperors to attack the demon race. They asked for nothing and gained nothing, but they are always worried about their lives. It's fine that you local cultivators of the Western territory don't work hard, but you actually want to run away. If that's all, I can still tolerate you. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, and it's normal to be afraid of death." but it's your fault to disturb the morale of the army. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your life." The young man shrank his neck, but he soon said stubbornly, "When did I disturb the morale of the army? I'm just telling the truth. How can Roaring Tiger City resist the army of the demon race with so few people? How dare you still be so arrogant? Do you really think I can't kill you?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grab the young man. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man who spoke before immediately flew out, trying to stop him. It seemed that he was related to the young man by blood. They might even be father and son. However, he was only from the third-order Dao source realm. He was not qualified to stand out in front of Yang Kai. He was sent flying by an inexplicable force. When he staggered and landed on the ground, he heard a commotion. Turning his head to look, his eyes immediately turned red. The young man riding on the tall horse had already become a headless corpse. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, reaching a height of 30 feet. His body swayed, and he fell off the back of the horse. A group of pampered young masters and young ladies screamed in horror, and the scene was chaotic. "How dare you kill my son?" The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. In Kai Yang's hand, there was a head with a pair of round eyes. No one knew how the head had ended up in his hand when he had clearly been standing in the same place. Hearing this, he coldly said, "So what?" The middle-aged man's face kept changing. He suddenly shouted, "Kill him and charge out." After saying that, he was the first to pounce on Yang Kai. Hatred seemed to have made him lose his mind. He did not realize how big the gap in strength was between him and Yang Kai. However, the people from the 5 great clans actually believed his nonsense. Hundreds of people rushed over. Their eyes were blood-red with madness. "You're courting death." Yang Kai stood on the city wall with a cold expression. When the hundreds of people were close enough, he pointed his finger forward like a sword. Heads flew into the sky one after another. Headless corpses twitched and fell. Blood dyed the city wall red, and the smell of blood filled the air. The surrounding crowd was silent. They had never seen hundreds of people die at once. This hellish scene was enough to give them nightmares for a long time to come. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died. The middle-aged man who rushed over first was the fastest, but he also died first. It was not until this time that the remaining people from the 5 great clans realized the gap in strength between them. The young masters and young ladies cried out in fear. The Dao Source Realm cultivator also kept begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face was as cold as ice. He turned a deaf ear to their pleas. His killing intent surged like a tide as he made up his mind to show his strength before the battle. Chapter 3408. The area below the city wall was like a living hell. Hundreds of corpses were lying on the ground, and hundreds of human heads were stacked high into a small hill. The scene was horrifying, and the surrounding cultivators kept quiet out of fear. Perhaps some of them had the same idea as the 5 major clans, which was to escape from Roaring Tiger City. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here. However, with the example of the hundreds of people from the 5 major clans, none of them dared to have any ideas. This palace master from the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory killed people without batting an eyelid. He was simply inhumane. Everyone looked at Kai Yang with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai acted as if nothing had happened. He was still playing with the array plate in his hand. Suddenly, he looked up at Gao Shueting and said, "Senior Sister Gao, ask the temple disciples to remove the person presiding over the array." Saying so, he threw the array plate in his hand to her. Gao Shueting nodded and said, "Okay." Then, she began to make arrangements. In such a big city, the city defending array naturally couldn't be presided over by 1 or 2 people. At least dozens of people presided over it, and each of them had an array plate. City Lord Lin Tong should have a main array plate that could coordinate the overall situation. After what happened to the 5 great families here, they had to be on guard against similar situations in other places. However, if the temple disciples presided over the array, they could prevent such things from happening. For Yang Kai, the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was an outsider, so he felt more at ease with the city defending array being guarded by his own people. The demon race's army was about to invade, so they had to settle the situation inside before they could resist the outside. Yang Kai took out his communication artifact to contact Li Jiao and ask about the situation with the demon race's army. At this moment, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the city barrier array, and a strange fluctuation surged up and down. Yang Kai turned his head and frowned. What's going on? Gao Shueting shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. However, the Dao Source Realm old man who presided over the array said, "Someone opened the array somewhere." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "You're courting death." The reason why he asked Gao Shueting to arrange people to replace the people in Roaring Tiger City was to prevent a situation similar to the 5 major families from happening again. He didn't expect it to really happen. Desertion would affect the morale, especially in the current situation where they were outnumbered. This battle was not going to be easy to fight. If the morale was low, Roaring Tiger City would definitely fall. At that time, whether it was the people of Azure Sun Temple, Fire Dragon Palace, or Ahan Temple, they would all suffer. Where? He turned his head and looked at the old man. The old man immediately pointed in a direction. If this old man is not wrong, it should be over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai disappeared. At a certain section of the city wall on the east side of the Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Sure enough, he saw that there was a crack in the defensive formation here, and the gate was wide open. More than 10 miles away, a figure was fleeing outside at a high speed. The figure looked a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. On the city wall, Roaring Tiger City Lord Lin Tong's face was pale as he stared in the direction that the person fled. Vice City Lord Ma Yin was sitting cross-legged with blood on the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be injured, but the injury was not serious. "Who is it?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Lin Tong's face twitched as he said in a deep voice, "Wu Zijin." Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the figure of the person running away was a little familiar. It turned out that it was Wu Zijin, the Vice City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Even the Vice City Lord fled in the face of battle. How could this be? If the news spread out, how could the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City have the heart to fight against the demon race? As the Vice City Lord, he should set an example, but now he acted like this. Ma Yin's injury was probably caused by him. Although Yang Kai didn't ask, he guessed that Ma Yin was injured because she failed to stop him. He turned his head and looked around. He found that the cultivator of Roaring Tiger City was indeed panicking. Wu Zijin's escape obviously had a bad influence. He suddenly remembered that this guy had told everyone to make plans to leave Roaring Tiger City as soon as possible. Now it seemed that he had already had an idea at that time. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little disheartened. Among the native cultivator of Roaring Tiger City, the 5 major families and the Vice City Lord didn't have the heart to stay and fight against the demon race. Why should the reinforcements from the 3 territories stay? He turned his head and looked at Lin Tong. What's the City Lord Master's plan? If you want to leave, it's still not too late. Lin Tong glanced at him and said calmly, "If the city exists, the people will exist. If the city is destroyed, the people will die." Mine also opened her eyes and said, "Please help Roaring Tiger City, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai grinned after hearing that. "It seems that the people of Roaring Tiger City aren't all cowards," Mine said angrily. "We're ashamed to be with that old dog Wu. If we don't die today, we'll kill him the next time we see him." Yang Kai nodded and said, "There's no need to wait for the next time." Before Ma Yin could figure out what he meant, Yang Kai said again, "I'll be right back. Please repair the gap here as soon as possible, City Lord Master." His figure flickered, and Kai Yang disappeared. Ma Yin was stunned. She looked ahead, only to see a figure flickering and disappearing from her sight in the blink of an eye. She finally realized something and said, "Did he go after Old Dog Wu? Could he really catch up with him?" Old Dog Wu had been running away for some time. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was slightly higher than his, it was not impossible for him to escape if he was determined to escape. Wouldn't it be a waste of energy to chase after him at this time? If he was surrounded by the demon race outside the city, Roaring Tiger City would lose another high-end fighter. Lin Tong said with burning eyes, "I've heard that this Palace Master Yang is proficient in the law of space. Now that I've met you today, You do live up to your reputation. The law of space. Ma Yin's slender eyebrows twitched. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai was so fast and flickering that she could not see his trace at all. It turned out to be the law of space. Someone's coming. Ma Yin's expression suddenly changed. She pointed to the front. When this sentence appeared in her field of vision, the small black was still far away. But when the voice fell, the small black dot had become the size of a fist. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yang Kai who had just left. Ma Yin's mouth formed a circle. She was dumbfounded. Not only that, when Kai Yang returned, he was carrying a person in his hand. Looking closely, Ma Yin was immediately enraged. If this wasn't old dog Wu, then who else could it be? She couldn't help but think, if this person isn't old dog Wu, who else could it be? In 10 breaths, not only did he come back, but he also caught Wu Zijin, who was trying to escape. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Ma Yin would never have believed such a miraculous method. Lin Tong was also in a daze, as if he was in a dream. At this moment, Wu Zijin, who was being held in Yang Kai's hand, was coughing violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Yang Kai threw him in front of Ma Yin. Wu Zijin struggled to get up, clutching his chest as he looked at Lin Tong, then at Ma Yin, his expression fluctuating. He definitely did not expect that after trying so hard to escape from the city, he would be caught in the blink of an eye, and then thrown in front of Ma Yin, who had been injured by his sneak attack by Yang Kai. This was a little embarrassing. Forcing a smile, Wu Zijin asked, "Vice City Lord Ma, how are your injuries?" Ma Yin slowly stood up and looked at him coldly. "You don't need to worry." Saying so, she flicked her hand and summoned a soft whip. This whip was made of some unknown material and was 10 meters long, glowing with a cold light. Wu Zijin's expression changed, and he quickly stepped back, saying, "Let's talk nicely. This Wu has his own difficulties and did not mean to hurt you." Ma Yin turned a deaf ear to him, her emperor chi surging and the soft whip glowing brightly. Wu Zijin turned his head to look at Lin Tong. "City Lord, Master, please spare this Wu's life. This Wu can fight side by side with you. The demon race is about to arrive. This Wu can more or less contribute." Lin Tong looked at him with disgust. "This city lord does not dare to fight side by side with you. He had even attacked Ma Yin. How could he not worry about such a person?" Wu Zijin knew that today was not a good day, so his expression darkened, raising his hand and summoning a large axe, chopping down at Ma Yin. He did not dare to attack Lin Tong because the latter's cultivation was higher than his, and Ma Yin had been injured by his sneak attack. Since their cultivation was the same, Ma Yin was the only one who could break through. But in the next moment, space principles fluctuated and an invisible force tightly bound him, forcing him to hold the axe high, unable to attack. Ma Yin shook the soft whip in her hand and wrapped it precisely around Wu Zijin's neck. With a slight force, Wu Zijin's head flew into the sky, blood gushing out from his neck. Ma Yin was a little absent-minded, as if she did not expect to kill Wu Zijin so easily, but she also understood that it was because of Yang Kai's secret help, so she turned to him and nodded to express her gratitude. Yang Kai said, "To be honest, not long ago, the people of the 5 major families in the city also wanted to leave the city, but I killed all of them." Lin Tong heard this and snorted. "You killed them well. The demon race is invading, and not only did they not know how to defend themselves, they even wanted to escape. Such people deserve to die. Even if Palace Master Yang did not do it, this Lin would have done it myself." The 5 major families were the people of his roaring tiger city, and such a thing happened to them. Lin Tong also felt ashamed, and with Wu Zijin, it could be said that he was burning with anger. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Since Governor Lin intends to defend Roaring Tiger City and fight to the death with the demon race, then the reinforcements from the East, South, and North territories will also do their best. Lin Tong cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, everyone. If it were not for your help, I'm afraid my Roaring Tiger City would be in danger today." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. The demon race is coming fiercely, and I don't think they will be satisfied with just the West Territory. After they have eaten up the West Territory, it will be the South, North, and East territories next. We are here to save people and also to save ourselves. Lin Tong said seriously, Palace Master Yang is very righteous. This old man admires you. Mayin sighed. Unfortunately, the morale of our roaring tiger city is worrying now. She turned her head and looked around, and the eyes of the surrounding cultivator were also evading her. Indeed, as she said, the morale was really not good. The attack of the demon race army had already made people anxious, and after Wu Zijin's trouble, the already low morale fell to the bottom. After going out, Yuan Qi was badly injured, and it seemed that it would take a week for him to recover. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.